Hi, Prof. Ipe. Oo. Ayan. Si Prof. Ronaldo Zamora, andito na ba?
Good afternoon, Prof. Ipe.
Ayan. Care picture tayo, class picture.
Sure, sir.
Blur ko yun.
Hello, UDM. Shout out Universidad de Manila. Maraming salamat, Professor Ronaldo Zamora, for coordinating, di ba? Ang ating very energetic and busy and efficient professor ng UDM. By the way,
Joyce.
Ako yung, I also did a mini lecture with them. Last week ba yun? O baka ito ding same students din. Medyo malupit ang topic.
Tulog na ba kayo?
Ayan. Si Joyce kahit walang tulog, fresh pa rin.
Pagpasensyahan nyo na yung eye bags ko ha, ay maleta na to today. 3 a.m. kami nakaalis ng office. Kaya, nako. Bear with me.
Ayun, si Prof. Rolando Zamora, tingnan natin kung andito na. Rolando Zamora.
Dito na po, sir. Ronald Zamora po.
Ronald. Ano ba sabi ko kanina?
Rolando
Estabilio pa. Sir, sorry, Ronald Estabilio. Ronald Estabilio. Ronald Zamora. Hi, sir.
Hi, Sir Ariel.
Hi. Uy, by the way, ang ating tech head is from UDM, ha? Pero hindi ka na niya naabutan. Si Kier Labrador. Ang ating tech head and production head. Good afternoon po sa inyo lahat. All right. It's already 1:04 by my watch. Mag-uumpisa pa tayo with some prayers, as we usually do, Joyce, ating Scholastic, diba? After tayo mag-shout out. Okay, let's put ourselves in the presence of God Almighty. Father, we thank you for this beautiful day. We thank you for the elections that happened yesterday, and we thank you for giving us the faith to believe in you, and also to make things happen as we move forward and do our jobs well. And as a citizen of this country, may we have your blessing, Lord Jesus Christ, para po magampanan namin yung ang aming trabaho ng mahusay. This we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen. Ayun, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. My name is Ariel Sabellino. I'm the Executive Director and Trustee of the Philippine Press Institute. Joining today is also PPI Seminar Director, Joyce Pañares, will be introduced later, and also the head, the team, the production technical team, sila Kier, sila Risa, si Ate Beth, si Sheila, si Priscilla, and Rog. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. And shout out again to the Universidad de Manila, Sir Zamora, maraming salamat po. Sabi ko sa inyo nung tinanong nyo kami, kung meron pa kaming apprenticeship or internship, tinigil po na namin po itong pandemic nito kasi wala po kaming face-to-face activities. Pero hopefully, by the end of the year, meron po kami mga face-to-face din na pwedeng mag-involve ang mga students like your other students in the past, katulad nila Claire, nila Rog, and some other students ng UDM na naging interns ng PPI. I hope they had a wonderful experience back then. Ayun. Di ba, Kier? Ayun. Alright. Yes na yes si Kier kasi wala siyang choice. Put on the spot siya, Joyce. Ayun. Ang Scholastic Press Outreach Program na po ito ay isang extension program ng the Philippine Press Institute among other activities that we conduct every year or every month. Marami po kaming mga activities. All you have to do is to visit our Facebook page and also our website. And please do not forget also to like the pages of PPI and Seidel Foundation, which actually supporting this activity among other activities they're actually supporting every year. Marami pa kaming gagawin, not only after this one. Yung iba pong hindi familiar sa PPI, all you have to just click www.fieldpressinstitute.net, and also you can visit our news platform, PPI News Commons, for reportage on the pandemic and the elections. As I said, please stay tuned for details of our other programs. Ayun. Again, thanks Seidel Foundation for making this happen, and I'd like to call the program coordinator of Hans Seidel Foundation on behalf of the resident representative of Hans Seidel Foundation to the Philippines. Please welcome Caroline Lee. Hi, Carol.
Thank you. Hello, Ariel. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Caroline Lee, Program Coordinator of the Hans Seidel Foundation, and I'll be giving a short message on behalf of our resident representative, Mr. Gateinike, who sends his regards. He would have loved to be with us had he not have another schedule. So, of course, good afternoon also to our PPI trustee from Luzon, Mr. Jonald Reyes, our Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, Dean Nomi Solano. And of course, Mr. Ronald Zamora, probably also Dean Ronald Zamora, whom Ariel was mentioning earlier. So today we are really lucky to have with us educators and students of the Universidad de Manila, who will be joining us for this scholastic seminar on Midya at Pandemya, coping with and covering the health crisis. So our moderator, Ms. Joyce Panial, she will later on give you more information about our esteemed lineup of speakers. Suffice it to say, we will be touching on what are the journalism community face in the situation where they have to cover the news when there's an ongoing pandemic. What do they, how do they deal with these challenges? And of course, the shift of reporting from field to behind the screens. And the role, of course, very important role of the citizens in journalism, and most especially in the consumption of content, especially with how information nowadays is moving more and more into the cyberspace. And with that, that's where I conclude my message with the reminder of, please, at the end of the activity, we will have an online survey. Let us know how you feel about this activity. So that will guide us in our future activities. And of course, what Ariel earlier mentioned, do please remember to visit the Facebook pages of the Philippine Press Institute and of the Seidel Foundation and the websites. And so to keep yourselves updated on our activities. So good afternoon, and I wish you a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. We're also live on Facebook. And for those who are watching us now, you can also watch the entire proceeding that we'll be posting in the PPI YouTube channel after the show. Sa lahat po ng nasa meeting room, you are going to get your certificates. As Carol said, we'll be posting the link of the online survey para po you can fill that out, reply to that, and then after the program, a day after or days after, we are going to send you automatically your certificates of attendance. Ayun, maraming salamat ulit, Carol. And hi to Attorney Gus Heineke, the resident representative of Hans Seidel Foundation to the Philippines. Ayun, ang theme po the theme this year actually based on a research by two professors from University of Santo Tomas. Last year was of a different theme na merong kinalaman din kahit papano, but we are talking about journalists and we're talking about media conditions, and then marami pa pong exciting na part sa ating session or program ngayon dahil maraming interactive na session tayo on misinformation. Ayun, stay tuned on that for that. At saka please do not forget again to visit the Facebook pages of PPI and Hans Seidel Foundation, as we said earlier. Ayun, At this point, I'd like to call the Dean of the College of Arts of Universidad de Manila to give her message by video. Please welcome Dr. Nomi Solano, Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, Universidad de Manila. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Distinguished guests, media experts, co-educators, students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. When COVID-19 knocked on our doors, we had no choice but to limit our movements to comply with the guidelines of ECQ, MECQ, GCQ, and even until they are now called Alert Level 2, Alert Level 1. Now, thanks to media, to social media, because even though individuals and communities were physically apart, we were physically separated, media was able to make us stay connected somehow. The earlier influenza pandemic of 1918, where it was estimated 500 million people were infected. They did not have the sophisticated and advanced sources of information like we have today to be able to quickly share news and information. That must have been one of the factors why that first pandemic stayed some more. But with the kind of social media that we have in the 21st century, we are able to get the latest updates for personal and even for business. Back then, in 2020, companies have to upgrade to keep up support for their workers, employees, clients, and students for educational institutions. Our government has to efficiently give us factual and up-to-date information about that crisis. Media has been a source of information as well as misinformation. The ugly picture of biases, fake news, accusations of news blackouts are some of the lapses in the process. It is important, therefore, that trusted media sources don't just ignore misinformation but should attempt to counter it. I'm sure our invited speakers who are experts in this field will be able to share us a lot, to give us the proper context, Philippine context, to media and the pandemic. You call it Media at Pandemya, coping with and covering the health crisis. Thank you for being all here. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Nomi. Okay, paalala lang po. Ang subscription po sa Zoom namin, 500 po. Pwede pa po kayong pumasok, wala pong problema for as long as you have the Zoom link. Alright? 500 po ang kasya sa Zoom link namin. So, for you guys who want to cover and ask questions, pwede pa kayong pumasok. And by the way, speaking of presentations, ang presentations po ng mga speakers natin ay uploaded sa PPI website. Please take note. philpressinstitute.net, andun po yung mga presentations so we don't have to email them to you one by one. Nandun po sa www.philpressinstitute.net. Hanapin nyo po yung heading dun or title dun na resources. Okay, andun po yung mga presentations. Alright? Please take note. Pwede pa po kayong pumasok. As I said, 500 po ang kasya sa Zoom link natin. At this point, I'd like to call Professor Ronald Zamora, give a short message as well, sir. Live naman nito. Okay.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I didn't actually prepare anything, but I'd just like to probably extend my appreciation to our speakers for their untiring efforts to make sure that the PPI continuing leg tours on this seminar continue to educate our future aspiring and budding journalists. I am handling journalism at the University of Manila, and today I have asked the editorial board of our department news publication to please prepare some questions for distinguished guests. So I'm here to witness their attempt to cast the first question, definitely the first step into the world of journalism. I applaud Mr. Ariel's effort to reach out not only to private and top universities, but also to humble local and state universities. So I really hope the PPI board, the entire organization, in its continuing effort to make sure that knowledge is shared to everyone, especially on crucial topics such as the pandemic. Thank you and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Professor Zamora, makakaasa po kayo, sir. As I said, marami pong activities yung PPI that they can participate in. Yun nga, bisitahin lang po nila yung Facebook page namin. Again, I'm pretty sure a lot of students would like to cover and write stories about this one. The entire proceedings will be watched again, can be watched again sa PPI YouTube channel. Okay po, ang proceeding na po na yun. Siguro give us some hours bago namin i-upload yung link. And so again, the presentations at the PPI website for you to go through the materials if you want to cover and write something about the seminar. Huwag na natin patagalin pa ang ating programang or discussion natin ngayong hapon na to. I'd like to call PPI Seminar Director, also News Editor of Manila Standard. Please welcome Ms. Joyce Pañares. Good afternoon, Joyce.
Good afternoon, Ariel. Good afternoon, Carol, to our team, to Professor Zamora. Maraming salamat to all of our participants. We have close to 150 inside our Zoom room.
Yes.
And as Ariel said, we can still welcome more because, mataas ang capacity ng ating Zoom hostings ng PPI. I think our discussion today is very relevant, coming from what happened yesterday, which is, of course, the May 9 elections, synchronized national and local elections. Marami sa atin puyat pa, no? May mga eye bags, eye maleta, lahat na. But thank you, Professor Zamora, for encouraging the joint students who are with us today to ask their questions. So offhand, there will be two sets of Q&As. The first one after the first two speakers and the second one after the last two speakers. So without further ado, I'd like to call our first speaker to be discussing our reporting in the time of a new normal, journalism amid the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a continuing study. They're now under qualitative aspect ng study nila. The Vice President of JSAP and the Program Head of Journalism sa University of Santo Tomas, Professor Felipe Salvosa II. Prof. Ipe, good afternoon.
Magandang hapon, Joyce. At magandang hapon, Ariel. Maraming salamat po sa faculty and staff ng Universidad de Manila. Marami rin ho tayong mga kakilala dito kagaya ni Tatay Ben Domingo, isa pong member ng Board of Trustees ng JSAP, at si Ma'am Carol ng HSF. Maraming salamat po. So maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon na ibahagi ko po ang aming research tungkol sa kalagayan ng journalism sa gitna ng pandemya. This study is being conducted under the auspices of the Global Risk Journalism Hub. So tayo naging member po nitong network of 60 researchers from 8 regions and practitioners. And the hub wants to investigate the news reporting of globalized crisis issues. This network is being led by an academic based in Melbourne, Australia, Dr. Ingrid Volkmer. She's the director and he's the head of the International Digital Policy Lab, also based in Australia. The data that I will share was cleared for presentation by a fellow member of the Southeast Asia Regional Group in the hub, Dr. Sarah Chinasamy of Malaysia. And we also have other members of within the regional group from India, Nepal, and Thailand. Kasama din po natin sa research na to si Assistant Professor Christian Esguera, at makakasama natin siya mamaya pagkatapos ng aking presentation. Paumanhin lamang at medyo unstable ang aking internet connection ngayon dito sa Laguna, no? At sana ay magtuloy-tuloy yung aking presentation. So itong aming research, hopefully we take this as knowledge, no, and insight kung ano ang naging kalagayan ng pamamahayag sa gitna ng pandemya, no? At kung tayo man ay magdedesisyon na sumali dito sa profesyon na to, no, malalaman natin paano ito binago ng pandemic, no? Itong study na to ng Global Risk Journalism Hub ay two-track study, no? So nung first quarter of last year, nagkaroon kami ng snapshot survey. Global ho ito, and we will present the regional results and highlight the Philippine results of this snapshot survey. Yung second track is, sabi nga ni Joyce, no, yung qualitative phase. We are supposed to interview journalists, no, and ask them, discuss with them in depth yung mga naging experiences nila in covering the pandemic. So, an overview of the results of the snapshot survey for the region, with the Philippines being highlighted, no, in this presentation. Later on, babigyan ko rin kayo ng idea ng mga initial na mga nakalap natin na mga insights from journalists, no, for our qualitative phase, no. For this snapshot survey, we wanted to look at the challenges faced by journalists in covering the pandemic. We also wanted to look at the role of disinformation amid the pandemic, yung kanilang sources of information about COVID-19, and the pressures faced by journalists in covering the pandemic. So this is just an overview of our respondents, no, sa Southeast Asia Regional Group. Meron kaming 175 respondents, no. Ito ay one quarter, no. One quarter of our global respondents, no. 744 po nagsagot ng snapshot survey worldwide, no. Sa Pilipinas, nagkaroon kami ng 32 respondents, or 18% of the regional respondents, no. And then we also had respondents, as I said, no, yung mga researchers na miyembro ng hub, no, India, Thailand, Malaysia, and Nepal. Mas marami ang mga lalaki na na-survey sa regional group, no. So we have 63% na lalaki na mga respondents, and the rest are female, no. This is because of the mostly male respondents, no, coming from India. Okay, we asked them what was their primary coverage area, no? So 84 ang nagsabi na national lang kanilang coverage, na itong pinakamarami, no? Mostly national, no? Karamihan pala rather is national lang nagko-cover, and then followed by local and regional. Okay. And then we asked them what would they say the majority of the work, where the majority of their work is being published or aired, no. We got 41% of respondents saying that they're mainly publishing in the internet, online, digital portals, no, including web portals, aggregators, blogs, websites, and social media, no. Sa legacy media, 25% ang nagsabi na they work or publish for a print publication, 21% sa TV, and 6% sa radio. No, so pag pinagsama-sama yung mga legacy media, mas marami pa rin, pero taken on their own, no, mas malaki pa rin malaki na ang proportion, no, ng mga internet platforms as a publication, as the place where they publish their work. Okay. Again, this is a profile of our respondents. No, more than half of the people who answered the snapshot survey were journalists or reporters. Okay. And then 1/5 were editors. No, and a few others were from management. Okay. So this presentation is meant to somehow set the tone, no, for the whole webinar. And then later on, my colleague Christian will share his insights or experiences in covering the news via Zoom. No? So dito sa survey na to, tinanong namin sila kung ano ang naging impact ng COVID sa journalism. No? And to establish, to be able to do that, we asked them whether they frequently wrote stories about COVID-19. Ano? And doon sa aming respondents, no, halos lahat sila, no, 9 out of 10 na nagsabi na puro COVID ang sinulat nila. No? They frequently wrote stories about COVID-19. Ano? So, kung matatandaan siguro ni Joyce, no, bago nag-eleksyon, ang laman ng ang balita puro COVID.
Oh yes.
Puro COVID, Joyce, no. So
may tracker pa tayo every day. Up
yes.
Until DOH decided hindi na daily yung tracker nila.
Buti na lang na nagkaroon ng election at nagkaroon ng ibang topic. Okay. So, but 9 out of 10 of our respondents wrote about COVID-19. Ano. Now, we asked them if they felt that their reporting assignments were challenging overall. No? Sabi, 8 out of 10 ang agree and strongly agree, no, with that statement. We asked them if they personally felt exposed to COVID-19. 7 out of 10 ang nagsabi na yes. Okay, 7 out of 10. Ang nagsabi na agree or strongly agree with that statement. And halos ganong proportion din, 76%, no? 8 out of 10 ito, hindi 7 out of 10, pero magkalapit, no? They had at least one colleague who had COVID, no? I knew at least one colleague who had COVID. So, makita mo yung sitwasyon, na kinaharap ng mga journalists, no, na nagko-cover ng COVID and at the same time, no, many of their colleagues, no, ang nahawa, no, sa sakit. Now, tinanong namin if their organization provided important health protection equipment. No? I went back to the data, no? Kasi doon yata sa mga una nating pie chart ay medyo nagka-issue ako sa labeling. Ano? When I looked at the data again, ang lumabas dito, 47% of the respondents from the region were provided protective gear. Okay? And that means yung iba, wala, no, or hindi nila alam ang sagot, no, sa tanong na yon, ano. So basically when we asked them last year, no, about half, no, or a little less than half lang ang merong protective gear, no, provided by their office, no. So ibig sabihin for the others, they were left on their own, no, to buy their own protective gear or equipment. Yung Global Risk Journalism Hub is also very interested on the impact, no, or the role of disinformation, no, in COVID coverage, no. And tinanong namin yung mga respondents if they had a good understanding of what disinformation is, no. And nearly 9 out of 10, no, said they agreed or strongly agreed with the statement. Okay. We asked them if their media organization had guidelines on how to identify disinformation. Ano, hindi ganun kataas, no? Pero majority, 6 out of 10 said their organization had guidelines versus disinformation. Formal guidelines versus disinformation. And more than half naman ang nagsabi na they had training, no? Nagkaroon sila ng training, no? Pagsasanay on handling disinformation, ano? So 33% agreed, no? 24% strongly agreed. And then we asked them whether this information was affecting how their fellow journalists, no, and themselves, no, were covering the pandemic. And we added the agree and strongly agree responses, no, and we found that yung perception nila of whether this information was affecting coverage was more pronounced, no, in the Philippines, no, in the Philippines and Thailand. Okay? So sa Pilipinas, 88% ang nagsabi noon, agree and strongly agree. Sa Thailand naman 82%, no. Sa Malaysia mataas din, 77%, no. And then India at 68%. We also asked them whether their organization has been associated with this information. Nakita namin dito na 17% lamang ang nagsabi na they have been associated with this information. Perhaps because of the earlier responses wherein we found that their news organizations had guidelines, no, and more than half had training on this information. So hindi ganon kalaki yung proportion ng mga organizations na nadawit, no, sa pagkakalat ng disinformation during the pandemic. Ang nakita namin sa snapshot survey last year was that there was really very heavy dependence on the government for information, no? And if you look at the comparative figures from the different countries, pinakamataas po sa Pilipinas, no? Sa Pilipinas, kumbaga talagang nasentro, no, na-centralize sa government yung lahat ng impormasyon sa pandemya, no? And 91% of the journalists we surveyed in the snapshot survey said they got their information from the government, no? And then followed by India, no, and Malaysia, no. So may impacto sa coverage, no, kung lahat ng perspektiba na pinanggagalingan ng coverage ay galing sa gobyerno. Okay. And then we asked them if they experienced restrictions, no. So the question here was that I have not been restricted from covering the pandemic, no. So this chart shows the disagree and strongly disagree responses, no. And makikita natin na mayroong mga nagsabi na nag-indicate that they did experience restrictions, no. So, and we can see that the Philippines has had the highest, no, proportion of responses at 34%, no, and then followed by India and Thailand and then Malaysia, no. So nakita naman natin yung mga mga restrictions na na-impose at the beginning of the pandemic, no. They tried to do an accreditation system. Eventually they removed it, no. Nagkaroon ng certain provisions, no, as regards disinformation doon sa mga bayanihan law, no. And then later on nagkaroon ng mga requirements on vaccinations and then RT-PCR testing and then antigen testing, no. So kahapon sa PPCRV nanghihingi ng mga antigen tests, no. And in other places, no, where there's a congregation of people, means nagre-require na sila ng mga antigen tests. Okay. And even in our qualitative interviews, lumalabas to, no, na to the extent that this tends to discourage coverage, especially if the cost, no, is going to be borne by the journalist. Okay, doon naman sa sources of information, we found that trust in experts was very high, no. So among health experts, it's 9 out of 10, no. Ang nagsabi na they strongly agreed or agreed with the statement, no, that they got their information from health experts because they were reliable sources of information, no? So 9 out of 10. Pagdating naman sa WHO, 7 out of 10 ang nagsabing ganon, no. Again, as I've said in previous webinars ng PPI, no, we interpret these as similarly high responses, no. We don't want to read too much into the difference between the trust accorded to health experts in the WHO. Kasi considering the fact na hindi naman ito randomized sample, no? This is purposive sampling, no? Meant to draw insights, no, from our respondents, no? So we don't want to read too much into the difference, but we see that trust in these health experts were very high, no? We also found higher dependence on press releases, no? 77% versus social media and scientific journals, no? So I think this is easy to interpret, no, sa social media kasi the information needs to be vetted, while yung scientific journals, no, siguro hindi masyadong accessible ang information or it might take time to interpret technical language, no. So ang pinanggagalingan ng mga impormasyon, ano, kalimitan galing sa mga press releases. International media was also regarded as a source of news, no? And 72% agreed or strongly agreed with this statement, no? So yung mga journalists natin nangunguha din sila ng balita from international media that they consider to be credible. Okay, we asked them whether the interviewed marginalized sources, isinama ba nila sa coverage nila yung marginalized sources? And we saw that maganda yung mga responses sa Southeast Asia because majority of journalists, no, said that they interviewed marginalized sources, no. And ang maganda sa Philippine result is mataas, no, 66%, in fact the highest in the region. 66% of the journalists in the Philippines exerted effort to interview marginalized sources, and we saw this as an attempt to balance coverage, you know, given that there's a lot of dependency on the government for information, also health experts, no, and then yung nga sa mga press releases, no. And we have seen this in many reports over the past 2 years, no. Nung yung mga journalists natin, they interviewed those severely affected by the mobility restrictions, for example, no, yung mga frontline workers, mga service workers, mga nahirapan mag-commute, no, to give us a more balanced perspective on the impact of the pandemic. Okay, tinanong namin sila whether there was no government pressure, no, to publish information, no. Ang exact question dito is, I have experienced pressure to publish information about the pandemic, no, from the government, no. Yun ang tanong. Super majority sa Pilipinas nagsabi wala, 84%, no. Yes, 13%, no. So makita natin hindi uniform ang experience, no, across journalists, no. Pero karamihan sa kanila sinasabi na walang government pressure to publish information. But in other places in the region, hindi ganon, ano? Hindi ganon. Sa Malaysia, 45% sabi wala. And then another 45% said meron, no. Sa India, 65, no, majority, pero about a third nagsabi na meron, no. So we have to take note of that, no, na iba-iba rin ang sitwasyon, no, sa iba't ibang bansa sa rehiyon. Sa Thailand naman, 73%, 14% said yes, no. Okay, tinanong namin sila if they fear that the news organization that they are working for, do they fear that the news organization they're working for would experience financial difficulties because of the pandemic, no? The response of the regional respondents, no, were in line with the global response, no, 63%, no, or 6 out of 10. Ang medyo may takot, no, na maka-experience ng financial difficulties ang kanilang employers. Okay. And when we took the survey last year, this fear was strongest in the Philippines, no, with 81% of our Filipino respondents agreeing or strongly disagreeing, no, with this statement, no, followed by Thailand, and India and Nepal. So to summarize yung our regional findings, no, for South and Southeast Asia, we found that most journalists viewed COVID-19 news coverage as challenging as they felt exposed to the pandemic and knew at least one colleague was infected. Only 47% said they were given protective gear. Okay. There was high understanding of what this information is, and most journalists believe that this information is affecting news coverage. But the news organizations are not likely associated with spreading disinformation. We also found very high dependence on government information and press releases, and high trust in health experts and the WHO. We also found that majority of journalists tried to balance coverage by interviewing marginalized voices. And also, we found that some evidence of government pressure in some countries, and that majority of journalists fear that the news organizations will experience financial difficulties. So, as I mentioned earlier, the second track will involve qualitative interviews. No? So, we intend to wrap up very soon our in-depth interviews of at least 30 journalists who report on the COVID-19 pandemic using different platforms. No? So, it's a combination of in-person, by phone, or Zoom or Google Meet interviews. No? So, again, purposive ulit yung sampling. No? We will deliberately select news professionals and or influencers who are key organizations or players in delivering the news on COVID-19. And then the interview guide developed by the Global Risk Journalism Hub will be used. Okay? So, in drawing up the list of respondents, no, we will identify key news outlets and media professionals delivering COVID news. And then we will identify representatives of these news outlets. We will ensure geographical representation. So, ibig sabihin, Metro Manila, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, at least, and also across all platforms, no, print, online, TV, radio. We will also endeavor to ensure gender representation. So after the interviews, we will do a thematic analysis and then identify broad themes related to the research topic. And then we will write up a narrative of the entire process, which we hope to present later this month or early next month. So I'd like to, as I mentioned earlier, I'd like to give a picture, no, of the early responses to our qualitative interviews. No? So para may idea kayo kung how the research is going. Okay. So we in our interview guide, we asked Filipino journalists what they thought were the key issues of the COVID-19 pandemic. No? And karamihan sa kanila had a poor perception of the government response. Okay? So especially the slow vaccination rollout. And many of them expressed concern on the economic difficulties due to mobility restrictions. Okay? And then some of the issues they raised was that yung difficulties in attending virtual press conferences, no? And I leave it up to Ian siguro later to talk about it. No? And then yung cost ng mga testing, no? Siguro last year to, lalo talamak to last year, no? Yung kailangan na mag RT-PCR testing to go on field work, no? Especially if this is not going to be paid for by the office, no? It's discouraging journalists from covering the pandemic. Yan ang mga issues na raised in our conversations with them. We asked them if their coverage was becoming global, no? Kasi nga sa Global Risk Journalism Hub. And then ang sabi sa amin is that aminado sila, no, medyo localized ang coverage because the audience is local. Pero the coverage somehow touches upon global issues when it came to the vaccination rollout. No? Okay. ano yung nag-inform sa kanilang crisis narrative, no? So lumabas talaga dito na there was heavy dependence on government sources, particularly IATF, no? Because this was the agency in charge of the COVID-19 response, at dito sa kanila lahat ng gagaling ang information, ano? We asked them, do they do research, or do they use digital tools, no, to improve their coverage, no? Some of the journalists we talked to nagsabi na they don't have a lot of time in their hands to do deep dives, no? And if there would be research, no, the research is mostly confined to Google searches. Okay. And then our impression from our respondents was that the impact of misinformation on the COVID-19 coverage was high, no? Especially as regards vaccines, no? And then yung lumabas na mga treatments na hindi rekomendado ng mga health authorities, no? Kasama yan doon, ano, sa naging impact ng misinformation and fake news coverage. Okay, when it comes to sources, no, they confirmed that they had more trust on health experts, no. Pero may comparison na kasi dito, no. So they trusted health experts more than politicians and political appointees and military people overseeing the response. Okay, kanina I discussed yung response nila kanina doon sa whether they have time to do research, no. Ang karamihan nagsasabi na yung iba, well, nakakahanap sila ng mga sources sa Facebook, sa Twitter, no. Pero yung tipong talagang matinding verification, ano, yung ilan sa kanila nagsasabing parang hindi nila masyadong nagagawa yun. And one of the reasons is because the workload has become heavier, okay? Because of the pandemic, yung mga virtual press conferences, no? So there's a feeling na news organizations, the editors are somewhat trying to compensate, no, for the lack of field work by asking reporters to attend more Zoom press conferences, okay? Now, may fear pa rin, no, of being infected with COVID and bringing COVID-19 home, no, and then that's the reason why many reporters are getting used to working from home, no, although they are willing to go out, for major news coverages. Okay, we also found some differences between city and provincial journalists. No, yung mga city journalists sanay na sa mga Zoom coverages, Zoom interviews, no. Whereas the provincial journalists, no, some of the provincial journalists na nakausap namin, ano, so mas prefer pa rin nila yung mga traditional na mga face-to-face interviews, no. Rather than Zoom interviews, no. Siguro mas less ang opportunities for virtual events in outside of the capital, no, in the provinces, no. And karamihan ng mga events dito sa Metro Manila, no, karamihan for now ay puro virtual. Okay. So again, as I said, this is research, no, on the situation of journalism during COVID, no. Certainly we do not intend to discourage you students from pursuing the profession, no. So sana we take this as an insight on how the profession has tried to adapt, no, and tried to evolve despite the limitations, no, imposed by COVID-19, ano, and because of the continuing risks, no, brought about by the pandemic. Hindi pa po tapos ang pandemic, no, pero ang one thing is for sure, no, it has affected journalism, no, a lot, no, and it has changed, no, the way we do our work. and the way we deal with sources, the way we deal with colleagues, the way we approach stories. And this is a new world that you will join, hopefully, when you pursue a journalistic career. So I'll stop here, and I hope to interact with you later on and answer your questions. Thank you, everyone, and back to you, Joyce.
Thank you, Prof. Ipe. Baka lang masyadong depressing or hindi naman depressing, but eye-opener po talaga itong study na ginawa ni na Prof. Ipe. These are realities on the ground. Maybe hindi masyadong naituturo sa academe, pero ganito yung kinakaharap talaga ng mga journalists, lalo na kapag panahon ng crisis. Pero kung meron man sigurong take away doon, Prof, nakita natin na bagamat mataas yung disinformation, maraming challenges sa mga journalists, kabilang na yung financial insecurity, kabilang na yung kawalan ng suporta ng ibang news organizations pagdating sa PPEs, pagdating sa antigen testing. Nakita rin natin na sa panahon ng crisis, journalists really rise to the occasion. And I think this pandemic is proof kung paanong bagamat mahirap, bagamat delikado, lumalabas yung mga reporters natin to cover, to try to understand something na kahit naman tayo nung nagsisimula itong pandemic, hindi rin natin naintindihan. At tayo mismo na-expose din. Sabi nga ni Prof, at least one ba, Prof, yung alam mo na nagka-COVID? Para everyone, at least one of us know na may isang nagka-COVID sa colleagues natin, ano?
Yeah, well, probably mas mataas na yun ngayon.
Mas mataas. Yeah.
Last year pa yung tanong na yan eh. Pero one thing is also for sure na nakita natin in the course of this study is that parang parang somewhat na isang tabi na isang tabi yung tama ba yung term ko?
Na isang tabi.
Isang tabi. I don't want to use the term na nakalimutan or put in the back burner. Na isang tabi yung watchdog role ng mga journalists, although nandun pa rin siya, hindi naman natin sinabing nawala siya, pero kapag pandemic kasi hindi lang naman sa Pilipinas kundi pati sa ibang bansa, and in previous pandemics, usually the journalists recognize that they need to have they have a social responsibility, and they recognize that they have a duty to be providers of accurate information, health information to the public, so hindi gaanong masyadong critical, although syempre nandun pa rin yun, hindi naman nawala, pero focus is on providing information to the public, that will help the public deal with the pandemic and its effects on daily life.
Prof, may mga nag-input na ng questions sa chat box, but we'll hold them first until after Professor Ian Esguerra's session. Tapos mag-open po tayo ng Q&A natin. Our first Q&A for today. Siguro bago ko lang tawagin si Ian, naalala ko lang ito, actually, I think nakwento ko na rin yata ito sa isang Zoom pa natin. Nakita ko rin kung paanong naapektuhan emotionally yung mga reporters and mentally, yung mental nila. Kasi I have one reporter na seasoned na. To call her veteran is an understatement. Veterano talaga. Pero umatras siya. Parang first 3 months, she called me up and she said, parang, Joyce, can you transfer me to another beat? Kasi every time na naririnig daw niya yung siren ng ambulance, nanginginig na siya. Tapos parang hindi na niya kaya yung everyday ang kino-cover niya, ilan ang patay, ilan ang nagkasakit. And then she herself nag-worry para sa sarili niyang health, di ba? So yun, may mga ganong aspeto, pero patuloy pa rin naman yung trabaho niya. Bagamat nag-request siya, of course, to be transferred from the health beat. But, even other bits, delikado rin naman, lalo kung lumalabas talaga to cover. So on that note, thank you, Prof. Ipe. Tawagin kita ulit pagdating sa Q&A natin. And at this point, I'd like to call, everyone knows him, Mr. Christian Esguerra, Assistant Professor from the University of Santo Tomas. And to discuss, sabi nga ni Prof. Ipe kanina, in more detail, the Zoom journalism at the time of a pandemic. Ian, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joyce. Afternoon, medyo choppy kasi hindi choppy. Ako ba malinaw?
Parang may Ian, may...
Parang paulit-ulit, oo.
Nag-uulit. May naka-open ba na iba pang gadget?
Parang kang merong alter ego.
Feedback ka, sir.
May feedback. Yun pala yung tamang term. Sabi ko lang reverb eh. May feedback.
Wait lang. Eto.
Meron pa rin.
Distracting iraos.
Nagdodoble yung sinasabi mo.
Ano, uulit?
Pero ngayon, okay na.
Ulit
Okay
na.
na. Sige.
Yan, okay na.
Okay na.
Okay.
Yes, perfect,
Okay, screen.
perfect. Oo.
I'll share my screen lang.
Okay.
Sige, good afternoon ang pag-afternoon journalist elaboration of what Professor Salvosa presented to you earlier as part of the preliminary findings or results of our study. Ang ginamit because it has become representative of the way many of us journalists have been doing journalism. But of course, ano na siya, representative dun sa distance interviews that we have been doing. Kasi this time. Yes, hello?
Sorry ha. Nag-uulit eh. May echo pa din.
May echo.
Oo. Do you want to try removing your earphone? Minsan, earplugs pala. Minsan yun ang nangyayari eh.
Yan, hello.
Ayan, parang wala na.
Nawala.
Sa kanya, may echo talaga pagdating sa kanya.
May echo? Wait lang. Eto.
Oo, Ian, meron pa rin.
Pwede try ko.
Sige,
sorry.
so we'll just wait for Ian to fixing technical niya. Nagkaroon ako ng mental image, Ariel. Para siyang yung doble yung nakikita mo, but this time doble yung naririnig mo.
Correct, oo.
May echo siya kasi.
But we're waiting for Ian to come back with his fixing it. Binanggit ni kanina ni Prof. Ipe, the whole study itself, the complete study will be launched in June, Kasi itapos tayo ngayon. Second track naman tinatapos ng research team ng UST. Ayun.
Really excited tayo sa sa resulta ng kanilang qualitative track.
Mm-hmm.
Teka, naka-reconnect na ba siya?
Baka nag-out muna tapos...
Yeah, I think it's something to do with this tech talaga. Well, Prof.
Ayan na.
Andiyan na. Let's try again.
Hello, mic check.
Go, Ian. Salta ka nga para ma-check na.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Ayan, so far good. Very good.
So far? Sige. Tuloy ko na, baka mawala pa eh.
Correct.
Sige. Meron akong slide pero para mas maganda yata, mag-usap na lang tayo. No?
Pwede, conversational na lang.
Huwag na to, tanggalin ko na to, no? Medyo corny eh.
Hindi, pero well, meron ka namang kopya din. Kasi the
Padala ko na lang.
We can send the slides naman.
Hindi kasi ito slide na to, this was presented in the previous leg of our scholastics, di ba? Noong time na yun, wala pang panalo. Wala pang result ng election.
Iba na ngayon.
So mas maganda ngayon, mas pag-usapan natin yung nag-i-epekto ng this kind of coverage dito sa ating election in particular, no? Alam naman natin naging limitations, for example, during the pandemic. So karamihan sa mga journalists naging dependent doon sa Zoom journalism. So kailangan nag-i-interview ka kasi hindi ka makalabas physically, no? Alam natin lahat yan. We don't have to belabor the point. Pero siguro gusto ko lang ipa-realize sa mga nanonood sa atin, lalo yung mga estudyante at mga aspiring journalists, may mga limitations talaga pag hindi mo kaharap yung kausap mo. So, example, lalo sa Pilipinas, napaka natin, di ba? Napaka-conscious natin sa pagiging magalang, quote-unquote, sometimes to a fault. This explains why a good number of viewers, for example, or readers, somehow they get turned off if they think that a journalist is asking hard questions in an interview. Parang iniisip agad nila binabastos. Okay? Minsan nakakalimutan ng mga nanonood sa atin, yung mga nagbabasa at nakikinig, na that is par for the course. Kasi dapat maliwanag, kung ikaw yung isang public official, kung ikaw isang kandidato at hinaharap mo yung sarili mo sa mga tao, dapat hindi ka sagutin lahat yan. Of course, within the limits of decency. Wala dapat pang babastos na nangyayari. Hindi mo mumurahin, hindi mo sasampalin, no physical altercation whatsoever. Pero dapat malinaw doon sa mga public officials, doon sa mga nasa kapangyarihan, na meron silang obligation to the public in a democracy to respond to all these questions, to all these legitimate questions coming from journalists. So, kadalasan, doon tayo nagkakaroon ng problema pag ang conduct ng interview natin sa Zoom. For example, di ba minsan ikaw, magsaset ka ng interview with, let's say, with a cabinet official o kaya isang kandidato tumatakbo for a particular position, let's say for the Senate. Minsan ang nangyayari, ang iniisip nung i-interviewin nyo, well, dapat dapat napaka-benign ng mga questions, dapat bawal magtanong ng mga tough. Kasi I'm giving you a portion of my time, which is very important. A time which I would rather spend campaigning or talking with journalists who I believe would be favorable to me. Diba, naging common yan because of the current atmosphere that we have, diba? Yung para bang meron distinction between independent journalists and quote-unquote journalists who are not exactly unliked by people in power. Kumbaga, yung mga tao nasa gobyerno, yung mga tao nasa kapangyarihan, they think of media as journalists in general. Pero sa totoo lang, sila yung merong kinikilingan eh. Diba, inaakusahan yung journalist na merong kinikilingan. Pero in reality, sila yung may kinikilingan. Sila yung may bias in favor of journalists whose coverage only favorage. So, yung ganyang dynamics, mas nagiging pronounced yan pagdating doon sa situation na meron tayong Zoom journalism. Parang kunwari, kaya imagine si Joyce, kunwari siya tumatakbo for public office, tapos nag-set ako sa kanya appointment. Congresswoman Joyce, pwede po ba kayo ma-interview? Tapos syempre, bibigay ko yung link, di ba? Parang isipin niya, teka, nag-a-access ako ng panahon dito sa journalist na to, no? So, at the very least, I would expect very questions na sinasabi ko legitimate, pero at the back of my mind, questions that would only favor me. So kunwari, nag-Zoom interview na kami, di ba? Minsan kunwari meron siyang hindi nagustuhan na tanong. Pwede niyang patayin yung Zoom right away, di ba? O pwede sabihin, putulin mo yan, nagre-record din ako. At that's a reality. That's, for example, mga senators, candidates, and other officials. Pag nag-set sila ng Zoom interview or press conference with journalists, sila mismo kasama yung mga staff nila, nire-record din yung interview for their own safety. Tsaka siguro, they would also want to write press releases about the same interview. Pero they can also cut the interview right away. Pag hindi na nila nagustuhan, di ba? Tapos, sila rin yung minsan nagpo-provide ng transcript doon sa mga reporters. Let's say the Zoom press conference lasted for 45 minutes to an hour. Minsan yung mga journalists, tama, di ba? Iniintay na lang yung transcript of records. Paano malalaman kung meron silang in-splice or niredact doon sa transcript? So these are limitations that we have to be familiar with. Tapos kanina, I think si Joyce nabanggit yung yung mga older journalists. Ako nakita ko yan because ang situation natin ngayon is there's a lot of firms available for us to do better journalism. But that can also be double-edged. That can only favor mostly those who know the technology, meaning the younger generation. Yung mga talagang ipinanganak with that technology already available. Paano yung mga technologically challenged journalists who are very good, damn good at their craft. But the problem is they're not too familiar with, let's say, with Zoom. Hindi sila ganun ka-accustomed doon sa platform. So minsan, yung idea pa ng Zoom, tapos binanggit pa yung StreamYard, paano yung Microsoft Teams, intimidated na eh. Diba? They would ask younger people, siguro children nila, grandchildren, o paano ba ito, paki-login niya ako. So minsan, yung mga ganun, I don't like to think na nangyari to, diba? Pero alam ko, there's a certain degree of intimidation on the part of more seasoned journalists to take interviews because of their fear of the platform. Pinipilit nila makibahagi. Pero talagang nandun yung intimidation eh. Ngayon, pag namayan yung intimidation na yun, magkakaroon tayo ng disenfranchisement on the part of journalists. But simply because they're not too familiar with the platform, they might feel intimidated and that could also affect their coverage. So isa yun sa mga limitations na nakikita ko. So ano pwede natin gawin dito? We can of course provide more training for these journalists in terms of dealing with the technology. Hindi ko nasabing porke matanda ka automatically hindi ka marunong mag-Zoom. May mga kilala akong mas matanda pa sa atin lahat dito sa room na to pero ang galing-galing alam yung technology. Pero yun nga, in other cases, that's a familiarity with the technology and that is one of the limitations provided to us or exposed by the situation that we are in. Tapos yung sa slide ko kasi gusto ko i-focus dyan. Ito bang ganito situation na meron tayo ngayon sa journalism? How has this somehow benefited the disinformation atmosphere that we have? If you ask me, mas naging madali yung pagpapakalat ng fake information ngayon because of this kind of limitations that we have. Mas madali kasing mag-extract na information from public officials to hold them more accountable with the things that they did or failed to do kung magkaharap kayo eh. Mas nakikita mo kung nagsisinungaling o hindi. Pero pag Zoom, they can basically control the environment, di ba? So, pwedeng hindi nila sagutin, di ba? Yung mga tanong, for example, sa Malacanang press conferences dati, nung alam ni Joyce, nagko-cover kami na face-to-face, may mga limitations sa mga questions, di ba? Yung sasabihin sa'yo, ito up to 2-3 questions. Pero makakapaglusot ka na minsan 5 pa eh, di ba? Yung final question. Ngayon walang ganyan eh. So, pwedeng maglusot ka na 1-2 tanong, pero pwede ka na i-cut off. Ngayon, ano yung beauty ng pagkakaiba nung situation na face-to-face? Mas mas na-assess mo kung yung truthfulness na nung lumalabas nun sa bibig ng kausap mo eh. Dito sa Zoom, medyo mahirap eh. Especially if you're doing, for example, live television interviews via Zoom. Iba pagkasama mo sa studio yung kausap mo, di ba? Makikita mo kinakabahan yung kausap mo or hindi. Di ba? Hindi. So, I've seen certain public officials like that. So I wouldn't name them, pero there were times pre-pandemic. Kasi nung nag-interview ako sa political talk show, yung katabi kong public official, makikita mo nakabado eh. Pero pag sa TV, very confident siya, di ba? Pero makikita mo bakit siya kabado. Kasi mata niya yung parang, alam niya yung malapit ng maluha. Yung sa mata, yung para bang isang langaw na lang yung kailangan dumaan tapos may papatak na. Di ba may ganon? Parang to me, that's an indication of I wouldn't say fear siguro, pero siguro a certain degree of nervousness doon sa topic na hindi siya ganun ka-familiar. Pero hindi mo makikita yan pag sa Zoom. So nawawala yung added context and color, which can also be part of our story if we conducted the interview in person. So ito, I go back to that main point that I have for this presentation. How has this kind of journalism benefited the disinformation campaign now? So ngayon, for example, marami pa rin nagagalit sa resulta nung presidential election tsaka vice presidential election. Pero to me, you have to me election kasi yung result raise certain questions, certain malfunctions, certain glitches. Pero by and large, pag talagang na-establish mo naman na yun ang resulta, you have to respect the will of the people. Pero it doesn't mean that you will have to somehow surrender the fight against information because you have to acknowledge the fact that this is one election here in our country which has been heavily influenced, if not dictated by disinformation. Okay? And that would require further studies to be able to establish the scale or the degree of the impact of disinformation in the outcomes that we've had. Pero syempre, you have to go by the results. Talagang, siling nanalo whether you like it or not. Hindi mo mababago yun. Kasi galit na galit ka, di ba? You just have to respect it and you have to accept it. Pero we have to go, we have to also focus on the root cause. And that is disinformation. Ngayon, dito, mostly, karamihan sa ginagawa natin, ngayon nga medyo nagluwag na, di ba? Kung ang interviews natin conducted mainly online, mas mahirap labanan yung disinformation. Although sasabihin ng iba, well, pwede mo rin silang labanan using the online platform. That's true. Pero marami tayong nami-miss out doon sa face-to-face interactions natin with the people who we interview. Pero dito, so, I suppose yung mga estudyanteng na nanonood sa atin ngayon, mga nakikinig, isa to sa mga personal frustrations na napansin ko when I notice graduating students joining the industry right away. Hindi lahat lumalabas sa field eh. Yung iba talaga naka-confine sa newsroom, nagmo-monitor ng Malacanang press con, nagmo-monitor ng DOH press conference, nagmo-monitor ng mga interviews on TV. And then they storify that. 'Di ba? So ano nahahasa doon sa mga bagong journalist na 'yan? Siguro angling, mas mabilis ka mag-type, mas magaling ka mag-transcribe, mas mabilis ka mag-tweet. These are skills that are very good that you're learning. Tama 'yun, walang problema. Pero paano ikaw mismo mag-extract na impormasyon doon sa kausap mo? Ikaw yung pipiga sa kausap mo na alam mo nagsisinungaling. How would you notice whether some people are lying, some people are telling the truth? Nawawala, for example, yung pull-aside interactions, di ba? Minsan yung story wala naman sa press conference. Yung story nasa labas ng press conference, di ba? Kaya minsan, usually, dati in the previous class, may nagtanong sa akin na estudyante, paano po pag yung quote lumabas doon sa actual interview? Hindi na ho ba pwede isulat? Pero sinabi niya. At alam niya, reporter ka pa rin, di ba? So, titilo mo yung situation eh. Kung yun na story, di yun na story. Kasi you can spend, let's say, 2 hours of a press conference pero talking about nothing. But the actual story came right after. Pwedeng ganun eh. So, ito yung mga nami-miss out natin pag masyado tayong dependent doon sa Zoom journalism na tinatawag natin. So ano yung mga pwede natin gawin dito? Yun yan. Number 1, you have to recognize that this kind of journalism is here to stay. Parang hybrid learning. This kind of platform is here to stay for us. But we have to also acknowledge the opportunities available to us. And we have to make it clear, for example, with the people that we're interviewing via Zoom, that we're doing this not because we want to serve you. We're serving the public, not you. Hindi ibig sabihin na porque nagbigay ka ng oras mo para ma-interview namin, bawal kang tanungin ng mga inconvenient questions. So, yun ang kinakatakot ko na mas lalala in the months, if not years to come. Yung idea na intindihan ngayon ng mga tao, yung talagang role ng honest-to-goodness journalism in a democracy. Yung para kasi ngayon yung disinformation campaign na nanalo, di ba? So, yung narrative ng mga purveyors of disinformation, sinasabi, puro kay bias eh. So talagang nag-stick yan eh. Just like yung Lenny Lutang, di ba? Nag-stick yan eh. Among the voters eh, whether they like it or not. I hear that in the streets, on the ground. Lahat siya nag-stick. So sa media, nag-stick, bias kayo. Puro kayo bayaran. So what can you do in this kind of situation? So yun ang challenge that is confronting us. Yan. Mamaya, I would love to hear your questions during the interaction. For now, yan muna. Salamat.
Thank you, Ian. We'll call back also Prof. Pepe. Naalala ko lang, Ian, because you mentioned about now that we're all in small boxes, ang hirap mag-extract ng color or mag-add ng color sa story kasi hindi mo nakikita kung ano yung reaction ng mga tao na ini-interview mo. Ako parang sa dami ng nakita kong or na-interview ko na sources, ang tumatak talaga sa akin, and I'm sure Ian would remember this, si Secretary Eduardo Ermita. He was a former executive secretary. Hindi mo siya makitang galit. Wala talaga, poker face talaga yung mukha niya. Siguro, I don't know, maybe his training in the military taught him to be like that. Pero alam mo na naiinis na siya sa'yo kasi magalaw na yung kamay niya. Kung ano-ano na hinahawakan niya yung ballpen niya, hawakan niya yung tubig niya. So yung ganun, parang may trigger din yon. Alam mo na either napipikon na sa tinatanong mo or hindi na comfortable yung line of questioning mo sa kanya. Saka tama yun, hindi tayo naging journalist para maging friends with the sources. in fact, sinasabi naman natin we don't need to be friends. Pero we don't need to be enemies either, di ba? Kailangan lang natin ng modicum of respect para makuha natin yung storya natin, magampanan natin yung trabaho natin bilang journalist. So at this point, meron mga tanong dito sa ating chat box. Unahin na natin, from John Arzel Isip sa UDM. How has journalism failed or succeeded in mitigating the pandemic forces challenging their work? Or baka how has journalists failed or succeeded as they seek to deliver the flow of factual information and the truth to reverse and try to reverse the flow of misinformation and disinformation in your reports? Prof. Ipe or Ian, you can both take the question.
Maganda yung tanong na yan.
Ikaw muna, sige.
Now, after nung nangyari sa result ng election, let me be very honest. I feel na nahuli yung journalism sa pag-address sa problema ng disinformation. So, now we realize na etong proyekto nung susunod na pangulo natin na magkaroon ng makabalik sila sa kapangyarihan. This is a project that's years in the making and mostly below the radar. Ang problema, hindi natin ganong pinansin, hanggang sa huli na ang lahat, and for the longest time, actually, yung tatlong news organizations lang ang nagseryoso sa fact-checking sa Pilipinas. So, Rappler, Verifiles, and Manila Bureau pa ng Agence France Press. Yung iba namang mga nagpa-fact-check, hindi siya talagang full-blown department within the editorial operations. So, hinayaan lang natin kumalat ng mga videos na to, una-una, mahabang video yan, 1 oras, naging 30 minutos, naging 15 minutes, hanggang sa super iksi na lang sa TikTok. Hanggang sa lahat ng tao nakakilala natin, puro TikTok na lang ang pino-forward sa atin as proof of historical discourse. When in fact, these are historical distortions na naging propaganda material. So, that I think is one failure on the part of journalists to take on the task of fact-checking really seriously and confront the problem of disinformation and misinformation head-on. Maybe Ian has other insights.
Christian?
Ayun. Hindi, I agree. I wouldn't fault our industry for not trying. We really tried, especially toward the end. Siguro nga nagkulang, tsaka siguro marami really appreciate the gravity of the problem regarding disinformation. Parang siguro sa iba, they thought of that as mainly academic. Yung para bang siya yung problema na dapat academic. Kasi for example, sa reporting, when did we really start reporting about disinformation? Tapos nagkulang din tayo ron sa reporting about ourselves and how disinformation has been flowing through our own channels. Kasi masyadong passive ang idea ng journalism ng marami sa atin, di ba? Parang Supreme Court yung dating. Para bang you speak through your decisions. Parang ito, hindi natin i-cover to. Kino-cover lang natin yung mga traditional sources of information. Pero paano yung mga tao, yung mga institutions, yung mga agencies, even government agents or state agents that have been trying to control the flow of information. Later on na lang natin sila nireport Later on na lang natin sila binusisi. But again, it might have been too late for the elections, pero it's never too late to actually fight that fight. Kasi to be sure, mas lalala pa yan. Parang, ito isipin nyo, kunwari ang isang gobyerno nanalo heavily because of disinformation. Do you think that information infrastructure will be dismantled? Of course not. That would be kept. That would only be widened. So pag mas naging successful yon, mas hindi nila kakailangan yung free media. Kahit magsisigaw tayo dito ng press freedom, hindi na kailangan Kasi yung audience nila mas kontrolado because of their own communication and disinformation infrastructure. Mas meron sila infrastruktura para i-assail yung credibility ng legitimate news organizations. So, masaklap sa pag-inisip nyo unless you do something very effective soon.
Gentlemen, do you think yung pagkukulang natin at kabiguan natin, di ba? Not just pagkukulang but also failure as an industry. Dahil ba yon sa yabang din natin? I think for the longest time, hindi natin pinansin ng SOCMED Parang hindi rin masyadong nag-effort to penetrate that platform. Siguro at the very least, we maintained our own Facebook accounts, we have our own Twitter accounts, pero yung sabihin mong labanan, yung disinfo, sa mismong platform where lumalaganap sila, parang mabagal tayo doon. Mahiyain ba tayo? Di ba natin kaya mag-TikTok? O...
Ako may isa ko example dyan. Kulang tayo rin sa yung immediate fact-checking. Kasi masyado sigurong specifically sa broadcast media, masyado sigurong restrained doong traditional ways of doing stories or presenting the news. Kunwari, mga anchors na nakikita nyo, magbabasa lang naman yan, di ba? O kaya nag-i-interview for example ng isang source tapos nagkalat ng kasanungalingan. Hindi naman kinokorek right away Ito, isang very concrete disinformation na galing mismo kay President, soon to be President officially, Bongbong Marcos Jr. Di ba, 2 days before elections, he had reminded the supporters to watch their vote, di ba? Huwag kayong matutulog kasi baka ganyan-ganyan. Tapos yung para to make sure na hindi manakaw muli. In reference to 2016.
Yeah.
Okay. Kung ikaw matinong kang journalist, hindi pwedeng basahin mo lang yung report, di ba? Ayon na Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., kailangan mas maging mapagmatyag para hindi manakaw muli yung boto ayon sa kanya. Yung ayon sa kanya, yung mga di umano, cop out yan Mga pakit lang yan, mga palusot lang yan ng mga journalists para sabihin, ayan I'm being objective. Which is stupid sa totoo lang, di ba? Hindi, you cannot hide always on those words sa mga di umano, di ba? O ayon sa kanya, yung attribution.
That won't even save you from libel.
Yeah, that's bullshit sa totoo
lang. Very clear about it.
So pag you have to tell it right away. Miski kakabasa mo ng balita, kung newsreader ka, kung matino kang journalist, hindi ka lang newsreader, sabihin mo right away. Miski hindi sinulat ng producer mo yun doon sa script, di ba? Noong 2016, nagharap si Bongbong Marcos at saka si Len Robredo. At natalo si Bongbong Marcos. Nag-file siya electoral protest at yung mismo Supreme Court sitting as the Presidential Electoral Tribunal later on upheld the victory of Lenny. Binilang pa nga nila, di ba? Mas lumamang pa rin sa mismong actual count. Tapos dato sa unanimous vote by the Supreme Court. Kasi pag hindi mo sinagot yun right away, talagang parang toothpaste yan, di ba? Lumabas na rin sa tube So talagang nag-stick sa mga tao. Manakaw muli. Ngayon, nanalo si Bongbong Marcos. We have to accept it, di ba? Pero yung mga disinformation that happened before, kung wala tayong ginawa ron, that's on us.
In fact, just to push it a bit further, sa Western countries, meron din silang tinatawag na oxygen of amplification. Kung dito sa atin, ang concern natin is, are we doing spot fact-checking? Diba? As Ian said. Sa kanila naman, ay mas matindi. Kapag nagsasalita na nagpe-peddle na ng false information, pinapatayan na kagad nila ng airtime. Diba? Si Donald Trump experienced that sa US, of course. Pero dito sa atin, debate pa siya ng konti May mga I'm of the belief na parang we should not broadcast it, but call it out right away. Kasi kung hindi rin naman natin ilabas at hindi rin natin i-fact check, lalabas siya sa ibang platform So dapat trabaho natin yon to call them out kapag meron silang sinasabing mali. But then again, as we've discussed earlier, because of our situation right now, mahirap siya gawin. Mahirap gawin via Zoom yung gano'n, di ba? Pwede kang i-mute pwede kang hindi tawagin.
If I may add, Joyce, paano ko yung mga boss din sa mga news organizations? For example, yung mga media owners mismo takot. Okay mag-fact check. Pag yung fina-fact check mo, hindi nasasagasaan yung interest nila. For example, yung debate sa paggamit ng term na
Sorry.
Ayan, yeah.
May tumatawag.
Hello. Hindi, di ba? Dapat yung fact-checking hindi rin selective. The hierarchy of importance, yung pinaka mas nakakatakot and most damaging disinformation, yung dapat yung inuuna. Dapat inuuna. Kasi minsan pati yung mga terms mali, di ba? Yung pati yung mga terms pinagdidebatihan eh. Di ba dati? Yung ibang mga news organizations masyadong takot, ayaw gamitin yung term na anak ng dating diktador. Believe me, may mga ganyang intense debates within newsrooms.
Tandaan ko nun, Christian, yung isang sa newsroom, instruction use the word strong man instead of dictator.
Alam ko na kung saan yan.
Kung titira mo yung dictionary, pareho lang.
Ba't di ba natin
sa understanding natin ng mga Pilipino, parang strongman, wow, macho, matapang.
Dapat pala nilagyan na natin the son of the greatest president the Philippines ever had para masaya lahat, di ba?
Pero I think si Joyce, sinagot mo yung sarili mong tanong.
Oo nga. Sorry in a roundabout way. Sagot ko yung sarili kong tanong.
Ganda naman yung sagot mo.
Actually, marami talagang iba't ibang elements ang humuhulma ng ating balita. Hindi siya black and white lang na may nagsalita, ni-report mo, pinak-check mo. Ang dami niyan. Ian already mentioned ownership. Yan ay napakalaking issue sa atin, di ba? Na minsan hindi natin pinag-uusapan until, tayo yung tinatamaan. May isang tanong dito from Jean Pidlawan. Sorry, I'm squinting. Sabi niya, yung sa flip-flopping daw ng crisis during the pandemic, yung mga Filipinos daw had to experience abrupt changes in community quarantine restrictions. Meron daw bang magawa ang media to lessen the impact of such poor crisis For Ian or for Ipe, kung sinong gustong magsagot nito.
And I will volunteer, Ipe.
Sige, go.
As tribute.
Yun, go. The floor is yours.
Akala ko you're volunteering.
Hindi, I volunteer you.
Ikaw daw ang binolunteer niya, Ipe. Tribute ka dyan.
Ang hirap ng tanong. No? So,
mahirap.
No, yeah, which is why, importante talaga yung for journalists to really not depend on only a few sources of information. Hindi pwedeng lang single source lang ang mga stories, no. So hindi naman to bago, no, na admonition sa mga journalists, no, na do not be a party to do not extend, no, whatever poor communication strategies, no, they are doing. Do not be an extension of that, no? So kumbaga, journalists are really taught to get to the bottom of things, right? So hindi tayo happy dun sa sinabi lang ng isang spokesman, no? We go to other government agencies or other government offices to verify, validate, no? Itong mga information na to, no? So what ang sagot ko diyan is just do journalism, not rely on single sources. Kasi otherwise maliligaw ka diyan, no? Diba, Joyce? I don't know what kind of advice you give to your reporters, no? Lalo na dito sa very well ingrained na beat mentality, diba, Joyce? No? So naramdaman ko yan kasi nung reporter ako, may beat mentality. No, so ako hanggang dito lang ako. DOH lang ako o dito lang ako sa DOLE, no? Pero actually yung mga stories natin kawing-kawing yan.
Yeah.
No? Walang stories na nangyayari sa isang vacuum,
yes,
no? So and that's why yung role ng mga desk people importante because they have a wider perspective. They get reports from all directions and they will be the ones to do the wrap. No? And then go back to the reporters to say, oh, we need to clarify this, we need to get this from this office, etc.
Tama si Prof. Ipenat, nasa desk talaga yung ganung klaseng burden para matahi yung mga stories. Pero balikan ko lang yung tanong kanina. Una, mahirap talaga yung may poor communication flow nung pandemic, ano. Minsan maramdaman mo hindi nag-usap yung kaliwa at kanang kamay ng gobyerno. Sasabihin ng isang agency ganito, sasabihin ng kabilang agency ito yung policy, at hindi sila magkatugma. And people are left scratching their heads, ano ba talaga ang tamang policy natin. Pero kung meron man tayong pwedeng sabihin sa mga estudyante nating andito, simple lang naman, kung sinabi sa'yo umuulan, maniwala ka agad, buksan mo yung bintana mo at tingnan mo kung talagang umuulan o umaaraw. Pag-double check ka din sa sarili mo, gamitin mo yung sarili mong capacity para ma-check naman yung statement or information na binigay sa inyo. Gentlemen, may 2 questions dito, pero yung isa gusto kong sagutin ka agad so we can get it out of the way. Is journalism daw ba parang James Bond? Pero instead of spying, parang it's words and essays. Sweetheart, hindi kami ganun hindi kami ganun kaglamoroso. Okay, ang reporter, ang trabaho ng reporter is not to be felt in that story. Lagi nating sinasabi, kaya ka may byline, don't be so in love with your byline. Lalo na yung mga campus journalists, malaki pa yung byline sa headline. Huwag ma-in love masyado sa byline, kaya lang yan nandiyan dyan para alam kung sinong kasuhan, kung may mali kayo sa storya ninyo. So hindi siya, 'di ba? Hindi siya James Bond level. Sana
imagine mo narinig na pala sa movies, di ba? Yung parang cloak and dagger stuff.
Yeah.
Pero actually hindi laging ganon. Hindi lahat ng journalists investigative or marami mga journalists ang kino-cover, let's say business or sports or even lifestyle.
And that's not entirely a bad thing, Prof, di ba?
Yeah, it's not journalism, no? Maraming mga magagaling na mga entertainment reporters na independent, like for example, John Maglipon, etc. Many others. No, so pero hindi lahat undercover work, hindi lahat may deep throat, hindi ganoon eh. Sometimes, you will find, most of the time you will find yourself sitting through hours and hours of hearings, court hearings, Senate hearings, press conferences, and your job is to make a meaningful story out of these events.
Ito
and
siguro
that is why maraming intellectual demands yung ganitong profession. May kinig ka sa mga financial experts, energy experts, mga legal experts, no? Hindi man pwedeng ngayon ka lang pinanganak. Dapat may perspective ka what happened before. Nag-aral ka ng mga relevant laws, issuances, no? Even history of that government agency for you to be able to cover effectively. Thank you, Joyce.
Ito, for our last question, pagsamahin na natin. Hold on. Ano raw ang potential state ng media ngayon na ang nanalo and would likely sit as our president is someone who intentionally dodged media or ambush interviews?
Volunteer ko si Christian dyan.
Ayan, yan ang nangyayari, sabi ko na eh.
Short answer dyan.
Tuturuan kayo.
We have our work cut out for us. Kumbaga nakalatag na yung kailangan mong trabaho. Kasi again, hindi mo pwedeng isipin na, siguro naman naging presidente na, baka naman mas maging open sa media. Mas magiging open yan sa media na kakampi. Piliin niya to. Predictive to eh. Tingnan niyo mabuti. Sino yung makakausapin? Kanino magpapa-interview? Di ba pinangako niya, sabi niya, or sinabi niya sa isang interview, most likely hindi na siya mag-a-appoint ng spokesperson. Let's see. Medyo mahirap yata yan, di ba? Whether you're Bongbong Marcos or not, napakahirap na wala kang spokesperson kung presidente ka.
Yeah, we have never had a president without a spokesperson. Or at the very least, a press secretary. We don't call it a spokesperson.
Pero sinabi, tingnan natin, di ba?
Tingnan natin kung kaya nga.
Mas mahirap ngayon. Oo.
Actually, ito, kung andito si Carol Arguillas of Mindanao News, she will actually tell you na madali daw kasi, ang problema daw kasi sa atin, pinag-uusapan natin na election reporting lagi, fraud or papaano yung conduct of elections, etc. Pero hindi daw natin tinitrain ng journalists how to hold them accountable pag nakaupo na. Mas importante daw yon. So siguro, sa atin, baka isa yun sa talagang dapat tutukan. How to hold people accountable pag empower na. Last na talaga to, gentlemen. And huwag kayong magturuan. You should both answer this. Why do ordinary Filipinos trust bloggers and influencers more than journalists at this time? Does it imply that we should change the way we provide our information to them?
Unang-una yung ganyang yung premise ng question at sa huling Reuters report. Sa bababa yung credibility, medyo bumababa kasi ina-assail administration ng mga politiko na Pino siguro or ordinary vlogs more. So
Christian, medyo may feedback.
Oo.
Iyan, may echo ulit ng konti.
Echo ka ulit. Oo.
O sige. Siguro kasi siguro yung mga taong mas nagtitiwala sa vloggers and influencers kasi platform. Pero pag na-discover legitimate news, but we keep so go to where the other people are, other platforms. Tingin ko ano yan ma-address yan.
Thank you, Ian. Ipe?
Diyan natin talaga kailangan na pag-aralan yung MIL curriculum. Alam to ni Ariel kasi part siya ng PAMIL. No? So, yung I hope yung MIL mas mag-focus more on news literacy. I'm sure meron na silang news literacy content. But given the urgency of what's happening now, let's maybe look at MIL and look at expanding the discussion on news literacy. Hindi lang film kasi I think yung mga nagiging multimedia film
visual storytelling, mga ganun.
Pero I think we are forgetting yung skill na saan ba tayo magharap ng balita, no? Anong difference between news and opinion, no? Anong difference between column and editorial? Palagay ko we've been taking it for granted for so many years, no? And that has implications on how people decide, no? How people do their civic duties, no? If we don't sabi ni Farid Zakaria sa CNN nung kagabi, no? Hindi ko alam kung saan galing yung data na yun. Sabi niya, half of Filipinos daw cannot distinguish between real news and fake news. Despite the fact that high proportion of Filipinos are always online. No?
Yeah, tama Prof. Kailangan talaga siguro may mga ganun tayong trainings, pagpapaalala. Tapos baka dapat nga itong ganitong klaseng seminars, hindi lang sa college, baka dapat mas maaga-aga pa. Baka kasi pagdating sa college, ingrained na yung mga bad habits eh. 'Di ba? Dapat yata high school pa lang tinuturuan na ng MIL. So ayun, maraming salamat Prof. Ipe and Christian for...
Joyce?
Ay, yes sir.
May I cast the last question?
Oh, of course sir, for this session. And then we will move to the second session.
All right. I'm also a graduate of UST, a product of UST, AB Journalism, MA in Communication. So, Professor Salvosa, Sir Esguerra, I'll be glad if you could enlighten me. Because we've been talking about the worth of the work of the journalists, particularly in relation to the outcome of this recently concluded election, wherein people apparently bought the narratives of the administration instead of those in the opposition, broadly supported by mainstream media. I'd like to visit Dr. Joyce Ariola's theories in communication, particularly narrative paradigm and even rhetoric, wherein she said that that narratives always have two components: the one that appeals to the mind, logic, and the other side is the one that appeals to pathos or the emotions. Of course, when we talk about the narratives of the opposing candidates during the election, they will definitely give dialectics, right? The question is, the thing is, it appears that the public, which we are most likely probably to consider as less educated, apparently buys their narrative. So I guess it's not really because of the lack of logic or the lack of efforts from journalists. to tell the story in a logical way, but really it is to tell a story in a deeper way, in a way that appeals to the people. Maybe it's something to do with fidelity, something to do with pathos. So again, given this election this is actually the third time in a row where it seems that the masses rejected the opposition. 2016, 2019, and 2022. And we really have to take a deeper look into it and not just flippantly say, nagkulang tayo, our narratives fell short. Maybe I think it's because we really need to get into the minds of the Filipino masses. I think it's something to do with fidelity and more of pathos, which is actually a strategy where Duterte himself is found to be very effective in. He's able to identify with the people. So what I'm saying is, both parties had a chance to cast probably their own sets of propaganda, because the opposition themselves have been calling BBM magnanakaw and has been telling a lot of stories about what happened in the contemporary past that a lot of millennials are not even aware, but the old people knew the background of. So it appears that their narratives of Marcos as a magnanakaw has not been bought. So, okay, on the other hand, of course, the administration also is, of course, criticizing the opposition. But it appears that the masses is buying the narratives of the administration. So that's why the outcome of the election. So exactly, where should the journalist posit himself? What kind of a perspective should he wear? Should he just focus on logic? Or there is more to the profession than just logic? I ask this question because I'm also concerned that in the end I want media and government to see each other eye to eye and not continue with this kind of relationship. Maybe I thought it's post-colonial. Maybe we're too westernized. We can't be proactive. We can't be. It seems that we've grown up to be more confrontational and adversarial rather than also try to take a role as a developmentalist, as a proactive partners in nation building. So it's just, for example, what happened to Rappler, right? It's a case in point. So this is even the National Press Club actually questioned the appointment of Rappler, which is actually our model of ideal journalism, it appears. So there is a lot of soul search as far as the profession is concerned. And as a post-colonial country, we are really in the middle of a soul search. So what should the journalist do to be able to sell better its narrative? And, that's what Mr. Esguerra wants to find out now. And and our host facilitator, he was very, very frank to say that nagkulang tayo. So saan nga po ba nagkulang? In what direction should journalism go, given all these developments?
Prof. Ipe, you want to take on that question, and then I will also answer.
Probably it will take a whole additional webinar to answer this question. But
sorry.
Sir.
I'm really kind of fired up with the discussion.
But definitely not in the direction in which journalists will be co-opted by the government. No? So maybe we should see eye to eye, and have mutual respect with one another, but never that the journalist will lose his or her independence. No, so that is a defining characteristic of what journalism is. No, there's a culture of verification, that there's a culture of independence, a measure of independence accorded to it, and there's accountability. No, so if I were to answer your question, I would say just to be, you talk of fidelity, so I would say be faithful, to the journalistic principles and ideals, kasi take away one of those three, verification, independence, accountability, that's not journalism anymore. You might be engaging in propaganda. Right?
Thank you, Prof. Siguro kung may gusto lang akong idagdag, ano yung Prof. Zamora, talagang ay inamin naman namin na may pagkukulang din yung industriya. In fact, baka hindi nga lang yung journalism profession ang may naging pagkukulang, baka even the academe. Kasi tingnan natin, even the school books na, nung high school, elementary, do we really explain kung ano nangyari nung martial law? When what you have there in your school book is a token 1, 2, 3 sentence saying that there was martial law but without context. Diba? Saka yung the way we teach history sa elementary and high school, kabisote yan eh. You're made to memorize dates. You're made to memorize names. But do you understand kung bakit nangyari ang ganitong pangyayari o ganitong parte ng kasaysayan natin? So, siguro, because Ian has had to leave to join another Zoom forum, kung meron mang tama sa IPE, it will take a lot of discussion to answer yung points that you raise. Pero tingnan na lang natin to bilang hamon sa ating lahat. Wala tayong magawa, siya ang na-elect. Pero hindi ibig sabihin nun, wala tayong magawa to hold him accountable, to hold the administration accountable, and to shape up even among ourselves, even sa hanay natin. And kung darating yung panahon na maging gamay na gamay din tayo dun sa platform, kasi ako tingin ko, baka it's just a matter of, understanding the platform Kasi hindi tayo sanay masyado sa TikTok, hindi tayo sanay na parang pa-cute the way you delivered the news. Sanay, di ba, Prof, hindi ganun Pero kung makuha natin yon or ma-penetrate din natin yon, baka sakali naman. Kasi sino ba ang may skills ng narrative? Tayo yun Bakit natin isuko sa ibang tao yung skills na tayo ang may hawak? Verification atin yan. Fact-checking atin yan. Truth-telling atin yan. Huwag natin isuko. Pero yun nga, salamat sa hamon ninyo sa ating industriya and even sa mga campus journalists na kasama natin ngayon. Malaki talaga yung kailangan nating gawin para malabanan palalo yung disinformation and misinformation. At sa Prof. Zamora, kung medyo parang konti, hindi mo sagot ng todo. Konti.
Short lang. One thing that also journalists can do is to also manage their own biases. So, and for at the same time, for news consumers to recognize na, teka, baka ako din, meron din akong mga biases. So we have to recognize na yung bias, hindi yan may sasantabi basta-basta. And yung sinasabing journalistic objectivity, hindi talaga yan kasama sa core values ng journalism kung tinignan mo ang pinagmula ng journalism. Ang journalism lang mula sa polemics. So yung objectivity, hindi yan end all and be all ng journalism.
There is no such thing as objectivity. For as long as you are alive, you are biased. Patay na lang ang merong objectivity.
But there's also such a thing as too much bias, and there's also such a thing as the need to manage your bias. And how do you do it? By talking to people with different opinions and perspectives, to try to understand them better. I think that is an area that journalists can try to focus on, considering the fact na medyo nagkakaroon ng gulf between us and the electorate. Hindi lang naman sa Pilipinas nangyari yan, sa Amerika din, di ba?
Yes, that is very true. So ayun, on that note, maraming salamat Prof. Zamora, maraming salamat Prof. Ipe. Thank you Ian for joining us earlier. And now we move to the second part of our discussion today. I'd like to call Miss Rowena Caranza Paraan. I always call her Weng. So, ako lagi pag yung buong pangalan. Miss Weng Paraan of ABS-CBN's Bayan Mo Ipatrol Mo to discuss citizen journalism in the time of our coronavirus pandemic. Weng, good afternoon.
Hi Joyce, good afternoon. Hi Professor Ipe. Hello po si Sir Ronald at saka Sir Ben. Kumusta kayo? So, magandang hapon sa lahat ng nandito sa Zoom room. Actually, I'm feeling my topics is boring after your discussion. So, okay, let me share my screen. So, citizen journalism in the time of coronavirus. Noong panahon ng pandemic, sobrang laki ng tulong ng citizen journalism sa mga newsrooms. In fact, a lot of news organizations were dependent on what we call user-generated contents. Kasi bawal lumabas, bawal basta-basta mag-travel, ang daming restrictions, and even lalo na yung mga freelance journalists o kaya yung mga maliliit na news organizations, walang resources para magpa-antigen ka, magpa-RT-PCR ka every time na may pupuntahan ka. Tapos wala rin transportation. So ito nakita ko to sa post ng mga photojournalists, sabi nila, define ng pandemic kung sino yung may pera at walang pera among the journalists and photojournalists. So, ang laki ng tulong nung tinatawag nating citizen journalism, nung height ng lockdown. Yung mga contents, yung mga marami sa mga balita, lalo na yung mga nangyayari sa maraming lugar, to a certain extent, news organizations became dependent on user-generated contents. So what are we going to talk about? Crowdsourcing and citizen journalism in the Philippines, and then role of citizen journalism during this pandemic. Very quick lang to kasi we only have like 15 minutes. Pero bago mag-start, I would like to request those in the Zoom room, yung mga nakapagkape at nakakain ng maraming lunch, kung pwede, tuwing makikita nyo si Spider-Man, and later lalabas din bakit si Spider-Man, kung pwedeng mag-type kayo ng PPI, that stands for the Philippine Press Institute, sa chat box. So pag nakita nyo si Spider-Man in any of the slides, pakitype ng PPI, Philippine Press Institute. Okay, so tingnan natin kung sino ang gising at sino ang kulang ng kape. So to start the discussion on citizen journalism, I would like to point out what happened during the Boston Marathon bombing in 2013. So yung Boston Marathon, it's a famous event, sports event, na pinupuntahan ng mga tao. They join or they watch. In 2013, a bombing happened. But the first news about the bombing did not come from a news organization or a journalist. It came from a netizen. Ang kanyang tweet ni Bryce Englert came out at 2:57 p.m. Was 2 blocks away from Boston Marathon finish line when boom, boom. The next tweet was at 3:08, and it came not from a news organization, again from another netizen. Sabi ni Taylor Dobbs, at least 5 ambulances have gone to Boston Marathon finish line. So 3:08, 2:57, 3:08. And finally, somebody from Midya, media entity, tweeted, the Atlantic Quarter, live updates, both explosions reported at the Boston Marathon. So 3:20, the first was at 2:57. So yung first news organization was at 3:20. So 23 minutes yung gap. Malaki yan. Sa digital journalism, segundo yung pinag-uusapan. So for news to be outscoped by ordinary citizens, medyo malaking issue yun. And then finally, CNN International broke the news at 3:40. So they were behind by 43 minutes. Ang laki nun. So ano yung pinapakita nitong ganitong pangyayari during the Boston Marathon bombing? Pinapakita niya yung potential ng citizen journalism. Pinapakita niya na ang may kakayahan na kumuha ng balita at mag-inform sa mamamayan ay hindi na lamang nasa mga media o nasa journalists, kundi ordinary citizens. Meron na siyang kakayahan, meron na siyang capability, no, or capacity, kasi meron na siyang cellphone, kaya niyang kumuha ng picture, kaya niyang mag-tweet or mag-post sa Facebook para siya mismo din yung mag-disseminate ng information. So, yun yung isang malaking bagay na pinakita dito sa incident na to. Yung kakayahan ng mga ordinaryong mamamayan na sila mismo yung kumuha ng balita at sila mismo yung mag-disseminate o magbahagi ng balita. Ayan, maraming salamat sa lahat na nag-type ng PPI. Hindi ko kayo mababasa dahil more than 30 plus kayo. Thank you. Ibig sabihin, gising. Hindi ko kilala, Julie, si Tom Holland. Okay. Sa Pilipinas, there was an incident that happened. No? This became known as Huli Dap. Yan. Ayan. Parang galit si Spider-Man dyan. So, it was an incident that happened along EDSA, just a few meters away from the Philippine National Police Headquarters. No? Andun lang yung Camp Crame. Merong isang sasakyan, kinat siya ng another vehicle, tapos may mga bumaba ng mga lalaki na merong mahahabang armas, meron silang Armalite, tinutukan nila yung unang sasakyan. It turned out later that the first vehicle had more than 200,000 pesos cash. No? And then yung mga nanutok na may hawak na long arms turned out to be active police officers. Ang sabi nila, hinuhuli nila dahil sa traffic violation, na ito yung lagi naming ikinatatawa, no? Kasi you don't use M16 rifles, no? Para sa traffic violators. And then later, sabi nila may drugs. Isang concerned citizen saw this happening, took a photo, and uploaded it in his Twitter account. So nakita ng mga tao, nakita ng media, grinab nila, and because of that, nagkaroon ng investigation at nalaman na yun, active police officers, meron pera, and it turned out hold up yung ginagawa. Kaya na-coin yung term na huli up. No? So again, ito pinakita yung potential ng ordinary citizen gathering information and then disseminating that information through their social media accounts. Huli up. Nahuli naman sila, yung mga police, and na-charge sila they were dismissed from service and are facing charges. So kung wala yung concerned citizen na yon who took that photo, hindi sana malalaman na may ganitong pangyayari kasi matatapos yung incident without us knowing about it. Yeah. Ito naman, ditong huling election, these were some of the reports that we received from citizen journalists. Ito yung isang mahabang pila ng mga botante na nakalubog sa putik. No? Kasi nga naman, karamihan sila na nakapaa na. Hawak na lang nila yung mga tsinelas nila. Dahil mas mahirap na maglakad sa putik na nakatsinelas ka. May iwan yung tsinelas mo. Pero gusto niyang ipakita kung gaano sidhi, ka-intense yung pagnanais ng mga tao na makaboto ngayong eleksyon na to. Na sinusuong talaga nila yung putikan para makapila at makapag-cast ng kanilang boto. Ito naman ay nangyari dyan sa sa Santa Ana tungkol sa vote counting machine. BCM na hindi gumagana. Then SD card
Bakit hindi tayo manual counting? Manunood kami lahat dito.
Yeah. Mga tao na nagagalit na. In fact, isa to dun sa tintukan ng bayan maipatrol mo, no? Yung reports ng mga BCM na hindi gumana nitong nakaraang eleksyon. Kahapon, iba dun sa mga nakausap namin, ng mga nagbabantay, ng mga nakapila, either nakapila sila mismo at gusto nilang bumoto or mga pumunta doon para mag-cover. Mga ordinaryong citizen journalists, no? Hindi ito yung mga reporters namin. Talagang binantayan nila. So merong mga presinto na inabot ng hanggang mga alas 4 ng madaling araw bago na ipasok yung kanilang balota dun sa BCM. Bago nagkaroon ng replacement yung SD card. O kaya napalitan yung BCM. So ito yung mga halimbawa, no, ng mga pinapadala na report ng mga citizen journalists. So sa Pilipinas, malaki na yung maraming news organizations yung gumagamit ng citizen journalism para sa pagkakalap ng balita. This is another video. Ito naman yung isang kaguluhan, no, na nangyari sa langit. Ayan. So halimbawa siya. No, I wanted to make it more mas recent yung mga examples. So kinuha ko yung mga reports na natanggap namin nitong election. Okay. So hindi lang ABS-CBN yung may citizen journalism program. You also have U-Scoop of GMA7. You have MOVE-PH of Rappler. You have the Taxi Squad of Radyo 5. No? Ito yung mga drivers na tumatawag, nagbabalita, dito ma-traffic, dito magulo, dito may aksidente, etc. etc. So paano nakakatulong yung citizen journalism? So to illustrate, I'm going to show you some of the reports na nakita ko on citizen journalism. This one was submitted by 2 high school students from Ubay, Bohol. Nag-attend sila ng isang citizen journalism workshop. Pagbalik nila sa kanilang eskwelahan, binidyo nila yung school nila kasi yung eskwelahan nila walang dingding, walang sahig, walang CR. So just to show you part of the video that they sent, ito yung raw video, no? Yeah. So ito yung itsura ng school. At tingnan naman natin, basahin sa no? So pag umulan, pumapasok yung tubig. Tapos ito yung itsura ng kanilang CR, just to show you. Ayan, yan yung CR or kawalan ng CR. So 2 high school students concerned about their school took a video of their school and then sent it to Bayan Maipatrol Mo bilang mga citizen journalist. So ginawan siya ng report, nilabas siya sa TV Patrol and other platforms. After the report came out, na kumilos yung LGU at inayos nila yung eskwelahan. At ito na yung itsura ng school. No? May dingding na, meron siyang sahig, at siguro naman naayos na yung CR kahit paano. So, 2 concerned students taking action through citizen journalism they were able to help their school. Ang laking bagay na, no, para sa kanila at para dun sa community. This is another photo sent naman from Sorsogon. Yung ganito, hindi to makikita ng reporters. Ang makakakita nito ay yung mga tao na nakatira dun sa lugar na kung saan tumadaan to. Hindi to overloaded lang basta na jeep, no? This is actually a school service. So yung bayan patroller na nagpadala nito, nakikita niya sa umaga, nakikita niya sa hapon, pagsundo at paghatid sa mga estudyante. And she was so bothered. She decided to take a video and send it to Midya. Yeah. Ito naman, although hindi ito nitong election na to, doon pa ito ng 2019 elections. Vote buying. And then kapag panahon ng merong mga emergencies tulad ng sunog, makikita natin kung gaano kalaki yung tulong na pwedeng gawin ng mga citizen journalists. Pagka may calamities, hindi lang sunog, kundi mga lindol, baha. Ito naman galing to sa GMA7, sa USCOP. Halimbawa naman ng mga nare-receive nila. Pare-pareho lang, no? Lalo na pagdating ng may mga bagyo, talagang yung mga citizen journalists yung nakakapagbigay ng mga materials, no? Kasi most of the time after the fact ang coverage ng media. Unless it's a super typhoon like Yolanda, magpre-preposition ka talaga ng news teams. Pero yung hindi masyadong malakas, titingnan nyo na lang afterwards kung saan malaki yung impact. Tapos saka ka magpapadala ng reporter. So ang nakukuhanan ng cameraman, ng mga photojournalists ay yung mga damage na. Pero yung habang umawasiwas yung mga sanga ng kahoy, lumilipad ang yero, yung malakas na ulan, ang nakakakuha niyan ay yung mga citizen journalists. Pwede ring pampagood vibes, hindi lang mga problema, tulad nitong nilagyan ng design, no? Yung keyboard. So, paano nakakatulong yung citizen journalism? One, it helps to highlight community issues. It calls attention to emergencies. It provides updates from the ground on important issues such as elections and calamities. And it provides a venue for sharing positive experiences. So again, hindi lang problema, but also experiences na gusto nating makita ng iba na nakakatulong, no, that can be replicated. So sa panahon ng pandemic, paano pwedeng tumulong yung citizen journalism? Ito again, ilang mga halimbawa. So this one, we got it was sent to us, no, sa private message. So nagsusumbong siya yung violation sa health protocols. Kasi inopen yung basketball court, pinaglaro yung mga bata nang hindi pa pwede. No? Tapos kasama pa yung isang kagawad, no? Tas nung time ng pandemic, yung mga citizen journalists, sila yung nagbabantay. Ito gustong-gusto ko to. This one was submitted sa taxi squad kasi sinasabi rito, kasalukuyang namamahagi pa rin ng ayuda ang DSWD sa mga oras na ito dito sa Batasan Road, kung saan mahaba pa rin ang pila kahit alas 10 na. So alas 10 ng gabi. So sino makakakuha nun, di ba? Kundi yung tao na taga doon. And then ito naman, yung mga nung panahon na wala pang vaccine, so pag kami nakaka-recover at nakakalabas sa hospital, parang masayang-masaya, binivideo. So ito yung isang pagpapadischarge doon sa isang nagkaroon ng COVID-19, tapos lumabas siya, binivideo siya, pinapalakpakan siya nung lahat ng mga staff ng hospital. So nakakatuwa yung mga ganong video kasi nagbibigay ng pag-asa sa panahon na parang ang dilim-dilim. And then citizen journalism, nakatulong din siya para magbigay ng kwento ng mga kabayanihan, lalo na ng ating mga medical health frontliners. Tapos nung finally pinayagan yung face-to-face, ito yung unang-unang araw nung pilot ng face-to-face class. So ito ay nangyari sa Botolan, Zambales, mga teacher na sila yung nag-face-to-face. So this is a bunch of photos. The others were showing children being checked, yung kanilang temperature, and then nag-hand sanitizer, etc. Nakapila ng may social distancing. Nakakatuwa kasi nabigyan tayo ng concrete idea of what's going to happen if ever face-to-face classes were to be allowed. So ito yung pilot, first day of the pilot of the face-to-face. And then citizen journalists din nakatulong para sa pagbibigay ng heads up, no, doon sa mga kumakalat na maling impormasyon tungkol sa COVID-19. So this is actually a screen grab of yung kumakalat na messages, no, sa mga messenger apps. So kasama yun doon sa pina-fact check ng mga news organizations. Ito recent lang to, yung kumalat na fake news na requirement yung pagkuha ng One Health Pass for mga foreign visitors. Tapos merong presyo na kailangang bayaran. And sinabi naman ng Department of Health, wala yun na bayan, etc. So, kailangan siya i-fact check. And the person who gave us this information ay yung isang nakatanggap nung ganung fake report. So ito ay mga nurses and health workers ng St. Luke's BGC. In fairness, ang galing nila magsayaw, ang ganda ng choreography, at maganda yung editing ng video. Sa totoo lang po yung mga ganito, nakatulong siya ng malaki ng pandemic, kasi sobrang depressing yung mga balita. So nung pinalabas namin yung isang ganitong video na pinadala, dumagsa afterwards yung mga video. And some of them, hindi lang sayaw-sayaw, but the ordinary people talking, expressing their appreciation for the sacrifices of the frontliners. Sa dami niya, ginamit namin siyang bumper ng mga stories. Yung bago ka pumunta sa commercial gap, magpapalabas ka muna ng 2-3. At nakatulong siya para timplahin yung newscast. Kasi sobrang daming negative na balita, yung mga ganito nakapagpa-good vibes, nakatulong. And it was also a way to pay tribute dun sa mga laking tinutulong para sa atin. Yan. And then yung mga shoutouts na ganito, itong sabay may patrol mo, paano binago ng pandemya ang buhay niyo? This was released nung anniversary nung lockdown nung March 15. Ito naman shout out ng U-Scoop, paano kayo nagpapalipas ng oras ngayong ECQ? So nagbibigay ka ng boses para sa mga ordinaryong mamayan, binibigyan mo sila ng platform para makapag-express sila ng kanilang saloobin. Ayan. Thank you kay Gail, kay Joyce, kay Abishag, kay Erica, kay Mary, at sa iba pa na nagtatype ng PPI. Ito yung makikita nila si Spider-Man.
Gising sila.
So, ano yung mga possible roles ng citizen journalism in the time of coronavirus? Yan, lalo na pag may hard lockdown. So una, pagbibigay ng impormasyon tungkol sa kalagayan ng kanilang mga barangay. Sila yung nandun so sila yung nakakakita nung ano yung mga problema, paano siya pinapatupad, yung mga health protocols, etc. So they can monitor compliance or implementation of the health protocols. They can help fight disinformation, share relevant information with friends, help each other cope by providing inspiring stories of resilience, and then giving people a voice. This is what citizen journalism is all about. It's giving people, ordinary people, a platform, Yun. And I would like to emphasize, at least Bayan May Patrol mo, it's still journalism. It follows the principles of independence, accuracy, fairness, etc. The same principles that mainstream journalism follows. So hindi siya dapat, hindi porke sabihin mong citizen, hindi na siya. It's still journalism. No? So yun. Bakit si Spider-Man? Kasi si Spider-Man movie yung nagsabi na with great power comes great responsibility. Tinitingnan natin yung citizen journalism, katulad din siya ng journalism. Nagbibigay ka ng impormasyon, nagbibigay ka ng balita, at dapat tinitiyak mo na yung impormasyon, yung balita na yon ay totoo, ay verified, at dapat nilalabas mo siya based on public interest. Hindi dahil ikaw ay marites, para lang sa gawaing marites. Hindi. Yung citizen journalism may purpose siya of informing. At yung information ay dapat impormasyon na mapagkakatiwalaan. So it is a responsibility. Sinabi siya ni Uncle Ben, pero sa huling movie, hindi na si Uncle Ben ang nagsabi ng linya na to. Sige nga, sinong nagsabi niyan? I-type niyo sa chat box kung sino na. So, ganun yung tingin namin sa citizen journalism, no? Tama, si Aunt May. Salamat. Dami daming nanood ng huling movie. Okay. So, mahalaga yung citizen journalism. Nakakatulong siya. And it's not just in the Philippines, it's actually a trend. No? It's part of the crowdsourcing that is being done now in journalism. And crowdsourcing did not start with journalism. Matagal na rin siyang ginagawa. Business has been doing crowdsourcing. Halimbawa, when Starbucks, nagtanong siya sa kanyang mga customer sa public, no? Ano yung tingin nilang magandang design ng mug? That's crowdsourcing. O siguro yung pinaka-familiar for students would be Wikipedia, no? Wikipedia is a very good example of crowdsourcing, no? Yung content niya ay nanggagaling sa crowd. So ganun din yung citizen journalism, isang form of crowdsourcing na ginagawa sa journalism. But of course, meron siyang perils, no? Yung kaninang pinag-uusapan, so I wanted so much to butt in, pero ayokong manggulo dun sa discussion. Pero napakahalaga nung issue ng disinformation and how it has affected, no? Even impacted, no, the result of the election. So ganun din siya, no, sa citizen journalism. Isa siya dun sa mga dapat bantayan. And pwede mo siyang bantayan by also doing verification. So hindi porke pinadala or hindi porke nakita mo na nakapost ay pagkakatiwalaan na. No? It still has to be verified. It still has to be vetted. Kasi yung responsibility mo to the readers is paramount. So yun, with great power comes great responsibility. Okay. Maraming salamat sa pinagbigyan yung aking kahilingan to type PPI. So yeah, thank you very much. Maraming pong salamat.
Weng, alam mo noon ko pa pala gustong tanungin, bakit may Santa Claus sa dulo ng PowerPoint mo?
Kasi ang cute niya, diba?
Nakagutom kasi pansit eh.
Oo, sinadya ko yan para sa'yo.
Thank you, Weng, for that presentation. Nakita natin, in fact, tahit-tahit itong discussions natin. Magmula dun sa pag-present ni Prof. Pe hanggang kay Christian, hanggang ngayon dito sa citizen journalism. Napakalaking alay ng mga journalists ang citizen journalists. Lalo ngayon na ang hirap kumilos, kulang yung tao natin, wala yung ABS-CBN as it operated before, di ba? The way it operated before, lalo na sa regional, napakalaking bagay yung mga ordinary people sending photos, sending videos, or information. But of course, on the flip side, sabi nga ni Weng, all of those have to be vetted pa rin. Because for as long as nakakabit ang salitang journalism, kasama doon lagi yung elements and principles and discipline ng paggawa ng isang journalistic piece. So if you have questions for Ms. Weng, please drop them sa ating chat box. And as earlier said, we will have a second Q&A after our last speaker. Thank you, Weng. Tas paantay lang please for our Q&A later.
Okay.
For our final speaker for today, this is a mini workshop kasi dito sa PPI naniniwala kami na it's not enough na we tell you ito ay totoo, ito ay hindi totoo, but we will empower you para kayo po mismo ang gumawa ng pagre-research at pagsusuri ng information na kinaharap ninyo kung ito ba ay disinformation, misinformation, or accurate information. So without further ado, I'd like to call Mr. Francis Angelo, the Editor-in-Chief of the Daily Guardian, to present to you Fighting Truth Decay. Hi Francis, good afternoon.
Hello po, Miss Joyce. So Ariel, kay Miss Weng, at sa ating attendees. Pasensya na, medyo weird pa ako. I went home 1 day.
Ay, maleta ka rin, Francis. Medyo muffled lang.
I'm sorry.
Not sure if it's okay. There you go.
Okay na po. Yeah.
Yes, better.
Yeah. So as Miss Joyce introduced kanina, we will have a mini workshop of sorts on how to detect and resist bite tooth decay. So let's start off with a bit of a game. Maglalaro muna tayo. Kasi tayo maano. Ang tawag sa laro na ito is parang true or false. So I'll show you some slides and you will tell me or sasabihin niyo kung totoo o hindi itong information na makikita natin sa ating screen. Ayan. Go, false or true or false. Okay. Number 1 slide, may isa daw teenager na may penalty 100 pounds. Ano to dahil sa pagkakalat habang nagpapakain ng hipon. So you can drop in the chat kung totoo po ito. Is this true or false ang balita na ito? Okay.
Don't be shy.
Isip pa sila.
Don't be shy. Just put sa chat box if it's true or
Christopher,
false.
Tirambulo, false. Gigi, false. Then si Gabriela, Joward, false. Okay, someone answered true. Rowena, false. Okay. Actually, this information is actually true. In one part of England, sa Swansea, nagpapakain siya ng mga pigeon. Sa amin dito pating ng tawag, pero hindi yan pating na isda. Pigeons, at saka dahil habang pinapakain niya yung mga ibon, nagkalat siya ng kanyang feeds, kaya she was eventually fined or littering, which is outlawed in their area. Sa Swansea. Next slide. Ito. May camel, kalahati na lang ng katawan ang naiwan pero buhay pa din. Totoo ba ito or hindi? Right? Somebody post. And true si Joward, James, all this. Okay. True, false. Si David, Seidel, Christopher Tirambulo, true. Robert, true. Okay. But obviously, hindi magsusurvive yung camel na yan pagkalahati na lang ng katawan niya. It's a Photoshop image. It was manipulated and made to appear na parang buhay pa yung camel. Pero actually, hindi ito. Then, next slide. Sa buwan o sa moon, meron ng internet. Pwede nang mag-TikTok doon, Facebook and Twitter and everything. Is this true or false? May internet na sa moon o sa buwan. Between true and false. True or false. So safe to say, parang majority ay false. Pero magugulat kayo, it's true. Ang National Aeronautics and Space Administration ng USA at saka ang Nokia, ito yung technology company, nag-install na sila ng 4G network sa buwan at ito ay ginagamit dun sa for the communication to send or receive data or information from deep space telescopes na nakadeploy sa space at yung internet signal na yan sa moon is very helpful dun sa ginagawa ng mga deep space telescope. And then ito may tao na hingi ng tulong sa pulis dahil siya ay hinahabol ng cute na baby squirrel na ito. Totoo ba ito o hindi? Okay. Maniniwala ba kayo? Christopher, Jacqueline, Stiniano, Casey, Guzman, true. Okay. Julia, true. Isang false. Okay. And majority ata is true. Okay. So, yes, actually totoo yan. At ito yung squirrel, yung mismo naghabol ng mama na nakatulog dahil sa pagod sa kakahabol dun sa tao. Okay. So bakit natin pinakita itong mga slides dito? It's because sometimes the way we deal with truth and information is based on our biases. Kanina nga, na-discuss na yung biases nila sa effect sa first part ng ating activity. And dahil bombarded tayo ng lahat ng maraming information, we sometimes filter or choose what kind of information that we want to believe in. Depende sa some factors. For example, availability heuristic o availability bias. It will rely on examples na pumapasok agad sa isip natin kung sinusuri natin yung mga specific topics, concepts, even methods and decision. It operates on the notion na pag nare-recall natin o pumapasok sa isip natin, sinasabi natin na agad na importante yun or at least more important than the alternative. So kung ano yung pumapasok sa isip natin, yun na yun. Minsan doon na tayo nag-rely ng ating paniniwala on some information. Then we also have a very common notion, confirmation bias. It's the tendency to search and interpret, favor, and even recall information in a way that supports our prior beliefs or values. Let us look at the previous election. The divide between the two top candidates is very defined and very heavy. And confirmation bias, pagpipili ng anong impormasyon na nagpo-confirm ng ating mga biases is most heavily manifested or nakikita when dealing with emotionally charged issues, lalo na sa eleksyon, nakaraang eleksyon. And then, meron din tayo tawag na authority bias because nga, siguro, the way we were brought up in our homes, by our parents, we tend to put much weight on what authorities and experts are saying on a particular matter. So, minsan, hindi na tayo gaano nagsusuri, naniniwala na lang tayo sa sinasabi ng mga persons in authority. So, meron po tayong in this age of information and widespread at this, we have several categories of disorder, information disorder. Number one is misinformation. False information shared with no intent to cause harm. For example, may nakita ka lang na code card sa internet about this happens usually before the pandemic. May mga face-to-face classes pa. May nakita kang code card or ng isang let's say news outlet ng internet, sinasabing walang pasok dahil na masama ang panahon. And then it so happened na umuulan sa lugar niyo. So na-share mo without looking first at the details ng code card. Baka luma na yun or last year pa yun, which was luma na talaga. But na-share mo lang because hindi mo lang nasuri maayos yung information pero wala ka naman talagang intent na to cause harm or confusion doon sa public. Talagang sinasabi nilang quote-unquote honest mistake. Then we have disinformation. Ito, maling informasyon na sadyang pinapakalat to cause harm. Alam naman natin yung election, and even before the election, ang lakas ng pagkalat ng disinformation spread by the supporters of a political party or a person, especially during the election. Pero itong pinakamalala, this is malinformation. Correct yung information, pero pinapakalat to cause or to harm someone. For example, si boyfriend-girlfriend maghihiwalay. Tapos si boyfriend, sama-sama ng loob, gustong magiganti kay girlfriend. So it so happened na meron pala silang sex video in one of the raunchy encounter. So papakalat ni boyfriend yung sex video nila to shame or embarrass si ex-girlfriend. So that is malinformation. Totoo yung material, totoo yung information like the sex video, pero pinakalat siya, pinalabas in public to cause harm against a person. So ito yung makikita na parang Venn diagram. So misinformation is more leaning towards falseness. Maling informasyon lang talaga siya. Then yung disinformation, where falseness and intent to harm meet, nandun yung disinformation. It's both, element of falseness and may intent to harm. Pero itong malinformation is talagang masakit to because talaga the purpose lamang talaga ng malinformation is to cause harm or damage using genuine or real information. But may mga paraan lang na ginagamit or tinitwist yung context, everything, just to cause harm against a particular target. Now, uso ngayon ng fake news pero it does not even cover the problem. Because yun nga, sa malinformation, most of the content used in malinformation are actually real. Hindi naman sila fake. But ginagamit lang out of context and sometimes weaponize ng mga tao na alam na they know how to use falsehood based on a maliit lang na kernel of truth na alam nila people will or the public will quickly spread and disseminate, especially sa social media. Now, ang agents of disinformation, these people who use disinformation, they've learned something something very genuine on how to twist the contents of information. So they reframe the information in new and misleading way to deceive the public, to harm somebody or maybe to benefit another person. So alam natin yan kahit kay Marcos, the stories of the Paglianico, everything. So it's just a matter of reframing or reconceptualizing ideas to twist information. So, for example, ganito. May lumabas sa isang social media platform, ito bata, parang nasa loob ng detention center o hawla. This is actually true. Ang bata na ito nasa loob ng hawla. Pero the kid was not really detained by authorities as what this image would like us to believe, because what happened here is dramatization ito ng a group of protesters na they just pumasok lang sila sa hawla or sa cage na to highlight their protest against, I think, immigration issues in one country. Pero because of the way the photo was cropped and the way it was, na-position sa framing, baga, parang pinapalabas na yung bata, hinuli ng mga authorities at ikinulong kasama sa ibang adults. Which is, alam naman natin, kahit dito sa Pilipinas, there's a law against jailing or detaining minors, lalo na yung mga batang-bata. But when in fact, the material, yes, it's true, but iba ang context. The real photo was actually a dramatization or an expression of protest against immigration policies of one country. Pero dito, pinapalabas na parang ang bata ay ikinulong ng mga authorities. Again, maybe to protest yung mga policies na yun, but that's not the context or the real context ng picture dito. So, then, agents of disinformation and malinformation also appropriate or inaangkin nila yung mga logos, credentials ng mga genuine or respected news organization. For example, the image to your left, parang ginagamit nila yung icon or images ng BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, just to make their site credible or believable. Then, meron namang mga websites na parang reputable news, local news organizations. Pero actually, if you look into them, into their background, ano pala sila? Part sila ng network ng mga news sites or online websites na na-set up or itinatag ng isang particular party in the US, the Republican Party. So, ginagawan lang ng mga logo na para kunwari genuine news organization, pero in fact, they are propaganda sites ng isang particular party. Na, ito pa. Ito. Up left, makikita nyo parang yung pulis may hinuhuling mama dun sa pila ng mga bumuboto. Yun ang itong picture na to, upper left. It was to portray that the police was arresting someone while trying to vote in the voting center. So, but if we examine yung photo na to, lumalabas na this was manipulated. These were two photos na parang pinagdugtong, manipulated. So below sa baba, yung photo sa kaliwa, ito yung yung mataong nakapila in a voting center. Nag-aantay ng nakapila just like what we did Monday. Pero dito sa kanan, makita natin, separate picture, ang pulis na may hinuhuli. Pero sa galing ng manipulation, ng pagdugtong ng dalawang picture, parang totoo ang image. So, that is, the problem of manipulated materials na dyan makikita natin kumakalat sa internet. And during the elections, ang dami yan. During the campaign season, ang dami nakita natin manipulated images. So, paano ba umuusbong or nagde-develop yung mga agents of disinformation na ba? So let's play a game kung paano nabubuo yung mentality at yung motivation ng isang agent of disinformation. So, nag-iisip tayo, gusto mong maging disinformation and fake news tycoon. Parang kilala ko pero hindi ko nasasabihin. So, anong gagawin natin? Anong unang gagawin natin? So, let's say we're frustrated with one issue, isang bagay. Talagang frustrated tayo. You want to vent out. So, punta tayo sa computer. Doon tayo maglalabas ng sama ng loob natin. So, for example, lalagay tayo. Yung gobyerno na to, walang silbi. It's an utter pain. So, gagamit ka ng hashtag, resign, and losers. So, tweet mo yan. Lalabas sa Twitter yan. Then, nilabas mo yan, pero I don't think na may credibility ka to attract more attention. So, kailangan mong erase yung credibility mo para may maniwala sa'yo at may mag-follow sa'yo at may magpakalat ng mga tweets mo. Lalo na yung mga controversial tweets mo. So, constructive criticism of the government just got you a handful of followers. Dito sa taas, 8 lang. 8 followers pala. And alam naman natin na in social media, the more followers you have, the more influential you are. Kaya may tinatawag tayong influencers. So, pwede nating manghiram kung maybe nakawin din yung credibility ng iba. So, anong gagawin natin? So, we will make an official or fake and official Twitter account. Impersonate tayo. For example, ito, Joe Biden, 46th President of the United States. So, magpapanggap tayo si Joe Biden, President Joe Biden. Tapos mag-tweet siya. As your President, I have issued an executive order to rename Canada, the other nation, up above the US. Renaming Canada to North Dakota. Hashtag you got annexed. So, controversial, Kunwari, talagang si Joe Biden. But if you look at it, yung spelling ng pangalan ni Biden, ang daming mali. Kahit yung sa title niya na 46th President of the United States, ang daming questionable characters. Parang giveaway na talagang ito ay peking. So, because of that, maraming makaka-attract ng attention yung plano mo to annex o yung ginagawa ng Russia ngayon with Ukraine. And trying to annex some part of Ukraine for its geopolitical purposes. So dito, kita mo biglang dumami yung followers sa taas because of that one controversial tweet from the so-called Joe Biden. So it looks like marami tayong na naloko doon sa internet yung fake account na yun. Which is actually the purpose na may nag-fake tayo o nameke tayo ng Twitter account. So tingnan natin how the audience are reacting. So may nag-react dito. Are you serious? Naloko na ba daw si Joe Biden? So hashtag leave Canada. So may nagpapasyon, nag-oppose. Pero meron din namang nagugustuhan yung sinabi ni Biden na i-annex yung Canada sa US. Awesome daw. You got annexed yun. Ginaya na yung hashtag kanina ni Joe Biden. You got annexed o nagba-viral na yan. And as you do that, nakikita mo sa taas, ang followers nag-i-increase tumadami. Now, parang okay, sikat ka na. Kasi ayan, 61 followers na. You're getting a lot of traction and attraction, and you're on the way to become an influencer. Pero imitating a person hindi yan sustainable for some. So you need to do something. You have to up your ante. So anong gagawin natin? Pwede tayo gumawa ng website, news website. Ang ganda ng tayo, ang pangalan, The Cosmos Post covers everything. So, ano kayang, so maglalagay ka rin, let's say, magpe-pretend ka din na ikaw ang editor-in-chief, or somebody authoritative dun sa The Cosmos Post na yan, na news website. So, kailangan mo pa rin ng slogan just to make it more attractive para maging viral or catchy yung yung news website mo. So, gagawa ka. Now, online, The Cosmos Post, bursting the mainstream media bubble. So, ang target mo dyan is that you are an alternative news organization dun sa mga mainstream media organizations like CNN, ABS sa Pilipinas, or other major news organizations. So, okay yan. And itong The Cosmos Post na ito, TCP, is now the basis or ang pundasyon ng ating fake news empire. So, kita mo yun? Ang pag-develop ng isang agent of misinformation. Kanina, nag-impersonate ka lang as somebody else. Ngayon, you're now the editor-in-chief ng isang, kunwari, news site. So, yan makikita ang mentality ng someone who wants to go into disinformation. And based dun sa 2019 study ng Oxford, social media manipulation took place in 70 countries, up from 48 in 2018 and 28 in 2017. So mabilis ang pagdami ng evidence of social media manipulation in some countries. And most authoritarian regimes have co-opted social media in using it in spreading disinformation and propaganda. And basically in three distinct ways: to suppress fundamental human rights, discredit the political opponents or the opposition, and drown out dissenting opinions. Very familiar, parang kailan lang nangyari yan dito sa Pilipinas. So, kahit marami pang ibang social platforms na umuspo o lumalabas, Facebook remains the platform of choice for social media manipulation. So, consequences of information disorder. Yun, na-discuss na kanina. Erosion of trust in journalism and journalists. Parang unti-unti nagiging irrelevant na tayo, if not incredible. Hindi mapaniwala. There's loss of distinction between truth and lies. Hindi mo na alam kung anong totoo at anong hindi. Because of iba't ibang information, ang dami, and even the quality of information. And it undermines the importance of press freedom and freedom of expression. And of course, malicious targeting of critics. Alam naman natin yan. The last campaign, ang daming ganyang incidents. Critics of particular candidates are being targeted by the trolls and their supporters. So, this information, it has been around for a long time, even before computers came in, cell phones. But technology, pinabilis lang nito pagkalat ng disinformation, lalo na sa algorithm. Marketing algorithms na defines and detects your inclinations and provide you with information and feeds that that fires up your inclinations. So that's what you call weaponization of disinformation. Now, for one way, ito, in 1938, way before Photoshop was, or way before Photoshop existed, ito si Joseph Stalin, ito yung former leader ng Russia. He already used photo manipulation to rewrite history. There was one incident na pinapatay niya yung kanya hepe, secret police, si Nikolai Yesov. And to erase the memories of Yeshua, talagang literally, pina-airbrush niya yung mga pictures where kasama niya si Yeshua para hindi na makita at hindi na maalala ng tao yung was killed 2 times and twice. So, let's do some fact-checking. How do we check kung totoo yung mga information na natin or encounter natin? So, usually online, you check the URL. Then you do vertical, meaning you check the website itself. And lateral, meaning you verify yung website with other possible sources. So, yung tawag natin vertical and lateral. Then you use search operators or even do reverse image search or check the data on photos na na-encounter. And then, of course, follow fact-checking websites. So, how do you check your URLs? One tool that you can use is look up .ican.org. So ilalagay nyo yung domain name or yung internet number resource, IP network or ASN ng isang website. Ipapasok nyo dito sa may field na to, then you look up and makikita nyo ang background ng genuine ng websites or kung hindi man, wala kayong makikita information. For example, CNN.com, lalagay mo dito sa field, search field. Then, we just initiate search, ang lalabas, ito, contact information. Then, information ng registrant, name, organization, tapos yung contact numbers and addresses. The same with the technical. PBS server operations, etc. So, credible news organizations or institutions will always have available information if you use lookup.ican.com. But if we search for cnn.com.net.ph, pero if you do the search, lalabas dito sa baba, no registry RDAP server was identified for this domain. Attempting to look up using this server. So, yan pa lang. You can already verify kung totoo or genuine yung isang website by searching the URL. You can also use Google search operators. We're very familiar with this. So, if we search for Rodrigo Duterte, kita mo, ang daming results, 10,200,000 results. That's very big. That's very broad. So, what we usually do is narrow down our search. So, if we do Rodrigo Duterte and Sara Duterte, we have 2.21 million results. Ang dami pa rin yan. So maybe we can narrow it down more or specify it more. So we use the conjunction and Rodrigo Duterte and Sara Duterte. So we only have results still marami pa rin, 834,000. Mahihilo tayo din sa kakahanap ng information. We can use search keywords like Rodrigo Duterte. Then, quote-unquote, kill them all. So we have 12,800 results of news reports, commentaries, and other articles about Rodrigo Duterte's policy against illegal drugs, particularly statement, kill them all, which is also the same words that he used against the rebels in terms of dealing with the communist insurgencies of the Philippines. Then, we can also search for file type like PDF, whatever. Usually, if you're doing academic research, using the file type, search keyword na PDF would help us in our work. Ito. May nagpalabas ng itong picture na ito. Pinapalabas niya na yung mga COVID patients na nabakunahan. Kinain yung ibang pasyente. In short, naging zombie yung COVID patient na nakatanggap ng bakuna. But if you search, if you do back search, reverse image search ng picture na to, this was actually, lumabas itong picture na to in 2019 sa The New York Times. It's actually a photo ng isang trauma base sa emergency department ng isang hospital sa New York where somebody was being resuscitated but eventually the patient died. So this is the original photo. Hindi ito zombie COVID vaccine zombie carnage, kundi talagang hospital lang talaga. Emergency room ng isang hospital sa New York. Ito pa. Somebody claimed na ito daw mass grave in one country during the COVID-19 pandemic. Parang totoo, no? May mga body bags, may mga naka-PPE na tao sa paligid. Pero further research indicated that using yung Google image search na portal, you can just like drag the photo in this area para hanapin niya kung saan galing yun. So lalabas, ang result is that photo ng mass grave daw was actually a scene dun sa movie na Contagion, which also delved into pandemic pero hindi siya COVID-19. That was in 2011. Tagal yun, that's like 20 years ago. I don't know, 10 years ago. Na photo or image or scene of the movie Contagion. Na later on, during the pandemic, ginamit to show now or illustrate the mass graves in one particular country. Ito. This photo, may snow, may tamamang nakamask, then may lanterns doon sa puno. So basically, this photo pertains maybe to an Asian country or location. Very typical, very common sa atin. But you can find out more information about this photo if we use search tools like, for example, metadata.go.com, which will help us detect or find the metadata ng mga photos na nakita natin. So again, you can just like drag and drop your file sa search portal na ito and you will get this information. Sinong may-ari ng photo na yan? Kailan nakuha yan? So, caption, abstract, man walks past a tree decorated with lanterns at Jinshan Park on a snowy day in Beijing. So that's in China. The photo was taken January 2020 by Jade Gao of Agence Express. So ito yung tinatawag natin metadata ng pictures. It will help us detect and genuine yung picture o sino yung picture at saan ang area o location. So, alam na natin during the campaign, ang daming lumalabas na information alam na sa social media. So there's one, this is one case where an old video ng Philippine Arena was actually manipulated to show na parang ang laki-laki ng rally ng isang kandidato. When in fact, upon checking, ang lumabas na picture ngayon was actually a clip or part of a footage or video nung inauguration ng Philippine Arena in 2014 pa. You can see the similarity. Dito sa isang YouTube video na ito showing the Philippine Arena inauguration in 2014, which was later spliced or cut or manipulated and used by supporters of one candidate, of course, Bongbong Marcos. So, if we're still in doubt with the information that we encounter, we can still visit or check fact-checking sites like Verifiles, check the PH, Facts First, Philippines, project ng Rapper and other media organizations, lalo na yung organizations na press. So you can also refer to them or ask their help to verify certain information that you can post that we believe might be questionable or inform this information. Then we also have investigation tools. This is one I found in the internet or something that was shared to us in one of the trainings that we attended. Yung essentials.com. So they have open source investigation tools na pwede natin gamitin, like verification tools and services for Facebook, Maps, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and image search. So open source, libre ito. Okay, lahat naman tayo entitled sa opinion natin. But not to our own facts, because facts will always undergo vetting and verification. So it's really, there is really now a need to take seriously fact-checking, not just as a one-time project, but it should actually become a part of daily operations ng journalism. Thank you very much po and magandang hapon sa lahat.
Thank you, Francis. Sana na impress upon our listeners today na kung digital technology ang kalaban natin or ang nag-hasten sa pagpapakalat ng false information, disinformation, misinformation, we will also use the same digital technologies to fight back. At nakita niyo naman siguro based on sa presentation ni Francis, hindi mo kailangang register or magbayad para magamit itong mga apps na to. These are apps that are very easily at our disposal, ano? So at this point, I'd like to call back Weng and Francis for our Q&A. Ang mga naunang nagpadala ng questions sa ating chat box, si Sebastian Racelis. How has the COVID-19 pandemic changed or altered the digital social media netizen journalism practice? Maybe both of you can answer because of Daily Guardian, of course, is also an online news site. Weng, please.
Well, yung pandemic actually showed us yung immense potential ng paggamit ng user-generated contents at saka yung crowdsourcing. So, in a way, speaking as a journalist, it's positive kasi nakakatulong siya sa newsroom. Tapos, nabibigyan mo ng venue yung mga reports coming from diverse sources, no? So hindi lang yung kung saan yung naabot nyo, pero kahit yung nangyari halimbawa sa Tawi-Tawi or sa katulad nung nangyayari ngayon sa Marawi, di ba? Nakukuha natin yung materials, nagkakagulo ngayon sila dun sa Kapitolyo. So dahil meron kang mga sources na nagkalat, mas marami kang klase ng materials na nakukuha. So in that sense, nakakatulong siya dun sa content mo, no, to make it more diverse, make it coming from different, yung materials mo mismo diverse, and then yung sources mo diverse. On the other hand, pwede rin siyang magbigay ng negative na impact in the sense that people or news organization may just depend on user-generated contents. Wala na yung coverage sa ground, yung pumupunta ka diretso to talk to people, you gather the information yourself. May din yun, no? May negative din yun. So, siya? And I think yung pandemic ngayon, lalo na nung time ng hard lockdown, pinakita niya yung parehong yun. Both yung ganung possibilities.
Sorry, nakamute pala. Francis, would you like to take on that?
Ako, tama si Miss Weng sa observation. Kahit na dito sa amin, kahit na dito sa community na namin, yung City Hall, hindi lang naman, in the city lang naman, minsan hindi ka pa makapilita makapasok. Especially hard lockdown period. Online lang talaga, you rely on the online tools and things to gather the news. Kahit yung gusto mo mang pumunta sa mga ospital to talk to nurses and their experiences. So you still can only rely on Messenger and Zoom. Pero iba pa din yung nasa field ka. Sinasabi ni Ms. Weng, yung reporter mismo, yung journalist mismo, he or she research what's happening first-hand information that you get and you talk to them. Talagang makikita at nararamdaman mo yung emotions ng subject mo. Not because you want to be emotional about the story, but you want to get the real thing as close to the ground as you can, particularly sa mga pandemic. In some major incidents or events, elections.
Thank you for that, Francis. There's another question here from Sherry Lou Rodelas. Baka dapat ito more for kinaipe but maybe you'd want to take on this also. Why is the public psychological and sociological perception of the COVID virus origins lost in the narrative? Shouldn't that be part of an ongoing balance soul-seeking narrative on the COVID-19 pandemic? Bakit daw walang effort to trace the origins of the virus? Maybe we can start with whether we agree with the premise of the question. Weng or
even the experts cannot agree among themselves where the virus came. Maybe it's what's cooked in a lab, or parang it jumped from an animal to humans. So until that is settled by our experts, particularly the World Health Organization, we will have a very confusing topsy-turvy problem. So it's he said, she said.
Baka ang hinahanap niya, tinitingnan ko lang kung saan nanggagaling yung question. Baka yung hinahanap niya is more yung science reporting na dapat ginagawa din natin. And I agree kung ganun yung pinanggagalingan ng tanong. And I think it shows yung weakness din ng Philippine press, no? The tendency, kung ano yung mas highlight yung because of the need for audience, so you pander to the wants, not the needs of the audience. So yung mga specialized kind of reporting, like science reporting, nadidevelop yan kung merong, or i-develop yan ng news organization kung nakikita niya na may audience para sa ganun. Kung wala, mas ang i-develop niya o magbibigyan niya ng pansin ay yung kung sino yung mas mag-stay tuned dun sa kanyang channel o yung mas magbabasa ng kanyang online or print. So yun, I think it's manifestation of a weakness of the Philippine press para sa akin.
Yeah, kung yun ang take off nung question, kung aamin tayo, wala naman talagang nag-specialize gaano sa science reporting. Ang closest would be health reporting or yung medyo mas actually hindi tayo masyado sa science reporting. It's not even really a front page material. At times kung sa dyaryo ang pinag-uusapan natin, baka meron lang section na once a week. It's very similar to the subsections like agri-reporting, yung mga nag-specialize na talaga. Kaya nga nung pagputok nitong pandemic, pati tayong journalist lito, di ba? Ano ba yung COVID? Ano ba itong virus? Paano siya naiba sa SARS? Kasi SARS din ang origin Pero bakit siya SARS-CoV-2? Saan siya nanggaling? Paano? Tapos kung ano-ano pang klaseng disinformation ang lumabas nung time na yon, pwede mong alkoholan, lagyan ng gasolina yung face mask mo para pwedeng magamit ulit, diba? Daming ganun Tapos or yung pinakita kanina ni Francis na from COVID, biglang naging zombies na yung usapan dahil naturukan ng vaccine. Vaccine issue is actually polarizing for some, Meron talagang rabidly anti-vaccine for various reasons. Hindi natin sinasabi na lahat yon hindi valid or hindi natin ini-invalidate yung iba. Yung iba talaga dahil may health problem sila, kaya hindi sila pwede magpabakuna. Pero yung iba baka matter of religion din or baka naman mali lang talaga yung information na nakakalap nila.
Kaya nag-cram tayo diba?
Yeah.
Yun ng COVID-19, kailangan mag-aral. Kahit yung concept ng virus, diba?
Oo.
How do you deal with a virus? Parang kailangang mag-cram yung mga journalists para to be able to use the right term, to be able to
learn
in the proper context. So
nakakaweng, di ba dati may acronyms pa sila? Governments love acronyms, They love it kapag lahat, they can reduce everything to acronyms. So persons of interest, person under monitoring, PUI, PUM. Tapos parang hindi kayo magkasundo kung ano ba talaga meaning nito. Get it, ayusin nyo muna sa sarili nyo bago nyo ibigay sa media.
Kahit na yung vaccines, vaccines have been around for very long time. Even kids have routine vaccines. Pero because of COVID, parang biglang nagka-question na tayo ng vaccines.
Actually, bago COVID, dengvax ka pa yata muna.
Yes.
Yun talagang mas trigger natin. Pero alam mo, bright spot sa atin ng academe pagdating sa science reporting. Dahil sa mga campus journalism competitions, may item for science reporting eh. Kung tama ang alala ko at least nung edad namin ni Weng, merong science reporting. Sana hanggang ngayon meron. So, kung sa academe level nga pinupush natin yan, dapat mas lalo't higit pag nasa professional na setting, may questions pa ba? Parang konti na, wala na halos nagpapadala sa ating chat box. Siguro kasi kanina nag-move tayo from pandemic to a setting na post-elections. Tapos na. Paano ang magagawa ng Citizen Journ para magbantay tayo? And this is actually a prelude to the event ng PPI. Tama ba, Ariel? Ang ating Media Accountability Forum.
Yeah.
Not just media accountability, but holding people in power accountable, diba? Kasi parang yun yung next step after mag-election training. Paano magagamit ang citizen or paano natin aliado ang citizen journalists in holding people in power accountable, and paano magagamit yung mga fact-checking tools to this end? When first and then maybe Francis.
Yung citizen journalism, obviously, you can mobilize people dun sa holding people in power accountable. Kasi sila yung nasa ground, so sila yung nakakabantay. I remember when I was still with National Union of Journalists of the Philippines, I was doing most of the training. Tapos isa dun sa training program that we implemented was how to report transparency and accountability. So, isang buong training yun para akong nag-master sa public. Ang daming libro sa harap ko to be able just to design a one-day module. Pero yung module na yon was given to NGOs, CSOs na from different communities sa Pilipinas. Tapos nakita ko kung paano yung mga ordinary people are actually very interested. Halimbawa, yung kalye na pinapagawa, barangay road ba yan? So pag barangay road, ilang inches dapat kakapal yung semento? Kapag national road, dapat ganito kakapal yung semento. Tapos yung mga nagtatrabaho, anong oras sila dapat nagsisimula, kailan sila nagbe-break. So binabantayan nila kung araw ng Lunes, bakit walang tinatakbo yung road construction, etc. So parang mga signs na simpleng i-monitor, kaya nilang gawin nang hindi sila eksperto sa construction or sa business, pero bibigyan mo sila ng ganung tools ng ano yung pwede nilang gawin. So, pwede mong idaan yung ganyang training sa citizen journalism. And that's actually what I like about Bayan Mo Ipatrol Mo. Kasi pwede mo siyang ilagay sa iba-ibang context. So, this one is accountability and transparency. Basically, it's corruption. It's anti-corruption, no? And then it can also be news literacy. So, ano ang balita, paano basahin ang balita, ano yung role ng mga journalist, ano yung role ng media in the society, etc. So, yun yung isang and tama ka, pwede mo talagang aliado o extension o isang army yung maraming citizen journalists kung mabibigyan mo sila ng ganung tools at ng ganung training. At hindi lang siguro tools and skills, no, but the mindset na ito yung kailangan yung bantayan. At pera nyo yung ginagastos na yan, so may karapatan kang magtanong at kunin yung information. And citizen journalism can also be a tool in fighting disinformation.
Sobrang gusto ko yung sinabi mo, Beng, na minsan kasi we tend to forget we tend to be very grateful sa gobyerno na para bang lahat love project nila. Nakalimutan natin na yung pinampondo doon galing sa buwis natin. So kailangan mas mapaningil tayo. Hindi naman masama yung mapaningil eh. It doesn't mean ingrato. It only means alam natin saan ang source ng funding at kung galing siya sa pondo ng bayan, dapat maayos siyang ginagasta nung ina-assign natin to do the paggasta, di ba? Which is government in this case. Francis, you want to add to that?
Siguro, developing citizen journalism is also a way of making public understand our work and intindihan nila yung vetting process natin, yung pinagdadaanan natin to get the news. I mean, real journalism. And at the same time, it also reminds us of our accountability to the public as journalists na minsan, we must admit, may mga gaps tayong hindi na-cover. May mga information tayo hindi nadadala natin discuss. Maybe because of the daily grind thing. Minsan talaga tinatamad na. I must admit that some of the reporters inilo. So not necessarily in our organization. Parang wala lang, they're just going through the motions because ganun pa din naman yan. Yung nangyayari kahit natin, gugot natin sa mga reports natin. Sometimes ma-admire mo pa, mapapabilib ka pa sa mga citizen journalism because they're more ardent, more passionate with the things that they do. Minsan kulit, but you will admire and respect their efforts to bring something out to the public, to media outlets, to the mainstream. Yeah.
Okay,
Joyce,
sorry. Go ahead, Ben. Sorry,
gusto ko lang kasing i-differentiate yung citizen journalism that follows yung principles ng journalism at yung mga fake reports, fake sites, fake news channels that take on yung characteristics ng news outlet.
Imposter out, yeah.
Yeah, without the accountability, no? Kasi parang tatlo siya, yung totoo, tapos o yung mas traditional, tapos yung citizen journalism, and then yung ganon. Kasi kung minsan confuse yung mga tao, iniisip nila, yung the one that peddles false claims ay citizen journalism. Hindi po, no? Kasi when we define journalism is verification, no? So susunod siya talaga dun sa principles. Yung mga ganon, yung imposter.
Ako ba ang naghang or when?
Naghang ba ako?
Parang ako yata, sorry.
Hindi naman. Okay lang.
So yung imposter, that take on parang yung niya, yung strength niya, yung parang credibility niya comes from pretending to be a real news site. Yung news genre, meron din silang exclusive, breaking news, etc. Tapos may nagbo-voice over, pero pag tiningnan mo yung content niya, mga pinagtagpi-tagping video na yung headline, yung title, has nothing to do at all with the content, diba? So, kasi siya, vehicle siya for dissemination of fake news. So iba yun, no? That's not citizen journalism at all. And it's definitely not news, no? So kailangan pag-iba-ibahin natin yun. Kasi pag nalito tayo, baka sabihin, ito na, citizen journalism to. Hindi po.
Saka, naalala ko lang when, just like maybe 3 days before the elections, yung mommy ko, mayroon silang network ng mga senior citizens sa gate sa Cubao. And then nagsisend lagi sila ng information sa isa't isa. Tapos may kumalat na video doon featuring Meandos Baños of Channel 5. She was reporting, minanipulate yung video niya, yung screen niya na naka-broadcast kung saan dapat lalabas yung DOH guidelines on health for safe elections on kahapon. Di ba dapat no need for RT-PCR, no need for antigen. Ang fina-flash, kailangan ng antigen, kailangan ng RT-PCR. akala mo sa una, wala lang, no? It's just fake. But actually, it's a form of disenfranchisement. Kasi kung maniwala ka na, ay kailangan ko pala ng antigen, wala kang antigen, so hindi ka na pupunta ngayon sa poll center at hindi ka na magboboto dahil naniwala ka dun sa false information na yon. Napaka-sophisticated actually ng pag-impersonate nila. Dati kasi, ibang tao pa yung tatayo dun tapos magpapanggap na media. Ito, they just manipulated the video. Mean was still there, pero yung fina-flash ng video niya iba na, tapos deepfake yung voice, yung audio. Sinasabayan yung buka ng bibig niya, pero iba yung sinasabi. At kung hindi ka maalam, or wala ka mapagtanungan to double check, paniniwala ka doon. So delikado talaga, insidious yung mga ginagawa nila. Saka yung isa pa, bago ka lang puntahan itong final natin na question, ingat din tayo sa mga satirical websites. Ingat in the sense na dapat alam nating satire siya. Yung iba kasi, tingnan ng satirical website, akalain totoo, i-share. Tapos, kumalat na tuloy yung mali. Hindi naman mali, pero it's a satirical post, di ba? So yung mga tipong Philippine Dairy Inquirer or Philippine Char, kalat na kalat yan sa Facebook eh. Tapos yung akala nung iba, yun talaga yung site ng Philippine Daily Inquirer. Kahit ako nagkamali. Or Philippine Star. So, alamin natin, sinabi naman ni Francis kanina, you do lateral reading. Baka naman sa dulo nakalagay sa About Us satirical website siya. So, ingat-ingat tayo doon. Last na to. This is our final question before we wrap up the second session. From Christian Mantica. Ano daw masasabi ninyo sa mga allegations of harap-harapang cheating and the other parties celebrating kahit na hindi pa daw done ang manual counting, dito manual voting, manual counting of the election returns? Comments on this?
I-volunteer ko din si Francis.
Volunteering.
Let's continue the tradition of the first portion.
Actually, I've been covering a lot of elections. Nakakapanlumo. You see the same things both by harassments, even from candidates that you thought are model politicians or candidates. Nakakapanlumo. Despite the automation of our elections, I think a problem goes beyond the process. It's really something deep in our culture, as Filipinos, in how we, not just elections, right? Sa masimpleng bagay na permits, business permits, apply ka ng ganun. Parang it's a recurring problem in our own culture. Just want to, kahit nasa pilahan sa polling centers, nagiging issue pa. May gustong to jump ahead of the line. Tapos kung may kandidatong pumipila, biglang laking issue, when in fact it should really be the thing that we're doing. It's not something na dapat na PPR o na nabibigyan ng twist. But as a student of science and political science and history, nakakapanlumo. And I don't know, I really don't know what to say. Even if tagal-tagal ko na sa journalism, I've seen a lot of things. So talagang, I think that the least that we can do is to rant about it. But of course, we should not lose sight of the fact that we journalists should do it. If every after election, the work continues. Kahit sino pa rin presidente. Kahit tayong mga journalists, we have our own biases, we have our own leanings, candidates. But for me, I just keep it to myself kung sino binoto ko. Whether I'm disappointed with the result or happy, it doesn't matter because after this, I still have my work as a journalist. I have to hold them accountable, take them to task for their promises during the campaign.
Yung dalawang points lang. So una yung kasi binanggit yung word na bias. No? I think we need to be careful now on how we use the word. Because it's being used against us. No? But we need to understand, nabanggit nyo naman kanina, no? Na lahat ng tao may bias. Lahat tayo may kanya-kanyang pinanggalingan. May pinanganak sa Tondo, may pinanganak sa sa Dasmariñas sa Makati, may sa di ba? Tapos may nag-aral sa mababang paaralan ng Tralala, may nag-aral sa medyo alta na ano. So lahat tayo may pinanggalingan. So may kanya-kanya tayong pagtingin, kahit sa klase ng pagkain na gusto nating kainin, may gusto ng maahang, may ayaw ng maahang. So lahat tayo, di ba? Meron tayong kanya-kanyang opinion. So may bias ka. So yung bias, that's you. That's what makes you, di ba? So yung journalism, may process siya para yung bias na yon nababantayan, di ba? Yung bias ng editor, yung bias ng reporter, yung bias ng cameraman, yung bias ng nagli-layout, yung bias ng photojournalist. Meron siyang proseso ng fact-checking, ng verification, na parang bakit ito yung pinili ng journalist na interviewin? So, chine-check yun ng editor. Bakit ito yung images na kinuha ng cameraman? Chine-check siya ng video editor. Bakit sa buong lineup ng news, bakit yan ang nauna? Chine-check yan ng executive producer or ng editor-in-chief, etc. So, yun yung difference. Yun yung malaking difference nung information na dumaan sa process of journalism at yung information na basta lang pinost sa kanyang wall o kanya basta lang itwinit o kaya isinayaw-sayaw niya sa TikTok. So, I think yung appreciation ng journalism process na yun yung kailangan nating ituro at ibalik uli sa mga tao para ma-appreciate nila yung information that media provides. Of course, may weaknesses pa rin yung media, di ba? So, kasama din yon doon sa dapat tingnan. So, isa yon, yung word na bias, it's not a bad word, no? Kailangan lang intindihin siya, no? Pangalawa, yung usapin ng, kasi kanina binanggit niyo yung failure of journalism, no? And there was a discussion whether, dalawang bagay yung tinitingnan ko. Yung failure to fight disinformation agad. Tapos pangalawa, yung failure natin in explaining what martial law and the EDSA revolution were all about. Ano yan hindi na yan kasi masyadong nilinaw. Hindi natin pwedeng sisihin lang yung educational system. I think media also failed to seek accountability for all the violations that happened at that time. So, may kasalanan tayo doon. Tapos, yung kasalanan din, hindi naman kasalanan yung pagkukulang doon sa pag-address sa issue ng disinformation. Malaking malaking tingin ko. Yung binanggit mo kanina, yung amplification, yung oxygen of amplification. Pero prepare kasi yung stage para dyan para wag kang umalma, diba? Pero dapat mas naging true tayo dun sa kung what journalism is all about. Nakakatakot naman talaga, pero yun yung papel mo diba? You have to expose, you have to discuss. So I think in that sense, nagkulang yung media. Tapos alam naman nating mali yung sasabihin. Naka-live pa and all. Tapos walang challenge. No? And that's our role, is to challenge. Na tingin ko hindi natin nagawa. Although some will disagree, but in general, I'm talking and referring to the media as an institution. Hindi niya yun nagawa.
Yes. Pero yun nga ang importante rin na tayo sa sarili natin, we're admitting kung saan tayo nagkulang at this point. Para moving forward, ma-address din natin kung ano yung mga naging pagkukulang natin as an industry. So ayun, kung wala din questions, I'd like to thank our
wala si Francis.
Oo nga, nawala. Ay, nandiyan si Francis. Andiyan si Francis pero nakamute at ayaw magpa-spotlight.
Baka nagugutom na si Francis.
Baka nagugutom na.
Hindi, inaantok pa.
Actually, sa harapan ko ngayon, Ariel, I have lumpia at
ano ba yan?
siomay na hindi ko makutkot dahil naka-spotlight ang video ko.
Next time, magpag-grab ka sa amin, ha? Grab food.
Anyway, maraming salamat, Weng. Maraming salamat, Francis. Sa lahat ng ating participants, over 100 still in the Zoom room right now. Again, we invite you to like the pages of PPI sa Facebook and the Seidel Foundation, as well as andyan po yung survey link at
Kinuyot.
gusto ko rin makipagsabayan. Andyan po sa chat room, chat box pala ang ating survey link. Please accomplish the survey form para makuha po ninyo yung inyong certificate of attendance for this session. And on that note, I am Joyce Pañares, the Seminar Director of PPI, and I turn you over to our Executive Director, Ariel Sibelino.
Thanks, Joyce. Thanks, everyone, for joining us today. There's a lot of work to be done. The academics and the media are natural allies. Pinag-usapan natin. Alam mo pagkukulang natin, both as an individual, as an institution or organization, or as a sector. Lahat po tayo ay mayroong pagninilay-lilay, Joyce, na kailangan gawin. An introspection of that sort. And I think this will go a long way. Hindi po mag-uumpisa at magtatapos dito. Yung engagement namin, hindi lang sa UDM, pero sa madaming kabataan at mga educators all over the country ay patuloy pa rin. I was about to say mag-uumpisa. Tuloy-tuloy pa po rin yun. Okay, just a quick reminder. Joyce mentioned about your certificates. You, especially those who have registered and would answer or reply to the online survey, you are going to get your certificates of participation. Hindi lang po agad-agad. Reminder po hindi po agad-agad today. But just a little patience kasi talaga matatanggap niyo yun. Again, you can watch the proceedings again. Kumakain na si George at nagugutom din ako via the PPI YouTube channel. And again, materials or presentations by resource persons, you can get or access them via the www.fieldpressinstitute.net website of the PPI under resources. Hanapin po nyo yung resources nun. Alright? Ano pa yung reminders natin? Ayun, maraming salamat ulit, Universidad de Manila. Thanks to Seidel Foundation. And we'll see you in our, malapit na, in our other programs. UST, just to plug it or promote it, it's UST's turn this Friday. That's May 13, still 1 p.m. Tapos, there's going to be the roundtable of PPI on May 18. And then there's going to be another scholastic such as this one on May 24, Cagayan de Oro. And there's going to be that is the tawag nito, a taping for podcast, but the podcast episode will be premiered the last week of this month. And then on the 31st, going to be Scholastic North Cotabato. All right, and some other programs, not just by PPI, but by other media organizations where PPI is involved. Ayun, maraming salamat uli sa inyo lahat at see you next time. And again, Professor Zamora, maraming salamat po sa inyong coordination.
Thank you very much din po on behalf of UDM.
Ayan, maraming salamat din po. Sa lahat po, as I said na gusto magsulat about this kasi binanggit ni Professor Zamora, you can get access the materials from the website and also watch the proceedings again by the PPI YouTube channel. Thanks everyone for joining us today. Thanks Carol, thanks Attorney Gus, thanks Seidel Foundation, and all our speakers today. See you next time, everyone. God bless.
Thank you, everyone.
Ayan.
Thank you so much.